right, everyone. We are back for episode 13 of the Barren Lands. I'm going to share this screen. I still haven't put the screen up here. I would like to remind all the players to make sure to unmute your tracks tab at the top left side to hear the music we have queued up for the session. And we're also going to make a little bit of an announcement for this session. Before we started the session, we got a message that Kelf, unfortunately, playing Soul, was going to have to back out of the campaign for family things and lots of work things. Very understandable. It is also true that we have a couple other players who kind of have things coming up, and I also have some things coming up, and thus this afternoon, I made the rather difficult decision that this episode 13 is going to be, at least for this arc, the final episode of the Barren Lands. We have come up on a very high conflict, high stakes moment, and this session is a fantastic place to see how this arc of the adventure wraps up. And then after this session, we are going to, at least for now, say goodbye to the Barren Lands. But before we dive in and finish the session, I just want everyone to know who has followed Barren Lands. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate everyone's time. I appreciate everyone's heartfelt good wishes and feedback and comments and all of the views. All of the people who contributed to make it awesome, all the players, all the way back to Mr. Vincent and Omen Shock, and everyone who has played since, Waz, Valenthi, William, Bailey as Faylene, Booker as Wolfram. Booker has become quite an awesome mainstay, and even though Booker only recently joined us, has added so much to the campaign. And so, Booker, thank you so much for jumping in and continuing the adventure with us. And I would like all of you as players to know that this campaign has taught me a lot about running VTTs. It's taught me a lot about deeper roleplay. It's taught me a lot about just being a better GM. I'm always trying to become better, trying to improve my craft. You all have been an absolute pleasure. This goes down in history as definitely one of the best games I've ever had the pleasure of being a part of. And you are in some pretty good company, some pretty tough competition. So that is no small. I've played in some really good games, so that is no small compliment and is well deserved. And so with that being said, I am very excited to see how this session wraps up. And I'm very excited to see how these adventurers who have only been in this strange land a small time are going to handle the situation with the dragon wormling they have found in this fort, who is being held prisoner by the Dracorian Imperium. And with that, we're going to jump right back into the scene, but we're going to start in a slightly, perhaps, we're going to start in perhaps a slightly, how should I say this, unexpected place. We're going to start with a bit of a flashback to something else. The snow crunched under the weight of the Panabom, settled in the distance, his massive antlered shape barely visible beyond the ring of fire-lit tents. In the center, flames danced between two figures, one cloaked in ochre furs, the other haloed in sparks. Faylene wove the flame with her fingertips, painting long shadows across the hide walls. Beside her knelt Keeper Velisan, his orange coat catching the glow, hands resting heavy on his knees. Around them, those who could not sleep gathered in a tight circle, the night held still by a story in need of yarning. Before the Elfen, Velisan intoned, before the dawn of time, echoed the gathering voices. The Velinia, the gods, opened their eyes. What did they see? Faylene asked, voice firm. A forest with no shape or life, answered Velasan. Phaelin exhaled into the fire that was in the middle of the large tent, and from the smoke rose a swirling, shapeless gray, the first formless world. It writhed, uncertain, until she flicked her fingers. The haze shifted, sprouting jagged peaks, branching into trees, flowing into rivers. What do the gods do? Asked Clan Suvi as one, many of the small children looking up at Phaelin, their eyes wide with wonder. They breathed, Velasan answered. And what came from their breath? Mountains, trees, rivers, the clan responded in unison. With each breath, a creation, Velasan said, reaching out his hand. Phaelin nodded once and let the magic pass to him. Under the keeper's steady hand, the smoke bent and deepened, growing larger, darker, heavier. It twisted into a great worm, long-bodied and wingless, coiling above the fire. And with each creation, Velasan said, voice lowered with reverence, a guardian. The worm of smoke coiled above the flames, vast and wingless. Its body circled like a question yet unanswered. Millennia passed, continued Velasan. The people were born, prompted Phaelin, and the gods, the Velenois, took flight into the sky, Clan Suvi answered. Then the fire popped, a sharp crack, splitting like wood. And then something strange happened. Valenthi, as you're looking back on this vision, you realize that something isn't quite right. This image floating above the fire, it lingers a bit longer than you remember. And then you find yourself kind of thinking, wait a minute, why am I in this vision? And why do I realize it's a vision? It's like you're standing in some kind of memory. You see your clan, you see the children, you see the fire in the middle of the tent, but then this form, the smoke, starts to form into something else. You see it form into a great white serpent. And it starts to grow until it fills the entire top part of the tent. The children begin to scream in terror. But this creature, its white glowing eyes, are fixated on you. And you suddenly realize something is quite wrong. This is not how this went. That's not how this memory went. And then the creature opens its maw and releases a terrifying roar. And Phaelin, for a moment, is tempted to be very afraid. But then suddenly her vision changes and she snaps out of it as a screech from this little draconic wormling rings out at her through the bars of the wagon. And she finds herself pulled back to reality. This little wormling in the wagon taking the place of the great wormling in your vision. Now, the floor is yours, players. What would you like to do? This little wormling is in the cage. Phaelin, you had just arrived on the scene. Waz, or shall I say Hector and Booker, are actually not on the scene right now. They are in the armor room. So let's start with Phaelin and Valenthi. What would you like to do?
Phaelin's breath catches, and she says, It's a skywalker. A walker of the heavens.
Upon hearing this, Captain or Commander Niles is going to walk up and he's going to say, well, that's a matter of opinion. Skywalker could also be a sky devil. It's our job to make sure that doesn't happen. This one's going south for re-education. It hasn't been behaving. Let's just put it that way.
Behaving? How do you expect such a creature to behave?
Well, contrary to popular belief, these creatures are highly intelligent, and it is required that they bend the knee to our great Red Father, the father of the Red Flame, the birth giver of the Crimson Right, and of course any dragonkind who resist, well, they are still of sovereign blood, so we won't kill them, but they will be sent south for re-education until they learn better.
I see. And when is the last time this creature had food and water?
Aha, well, you could ask my former lieutenant about that. The former lieutenant was its last meal the last time it broke out. Thankfully, it was still chained up, but the chain gave it plenty enough room to grab the lieutenant, and let's just say he made short work of him. Or rather, she made short work of him. This one is a female, makes her extremely valuable. Females lay eggs, obviously. So they're highly, highly regarded as crucial to the Imperium's effort. And then he kind of goes to pat the cage, but then he thinks better of it, and he keeps his hand away from the bars as the little wormling looks at him and growls.
You're scared of her, aren't you?
He kind of tries to shrug it off a little bit, and then he kind of says, I mean, who wouldn't be? Right now, she's but a wild animal. She does have great potential.
I think I understand. You put an obscene amount of food on my table. You cut down the trees unnecessarily. And now you think of this highly intelligent creature as nothing more than an animal that needs to be changed.
Oh no,
What?
Not an animal. They are our gods, the dragon kind. They're of the sacred order. They're definitely not animals. If anything, we are the animals, you and I. But it is our duty to serve them.
I think this is my point. What kind of a man are you? You put your god in a cage. But perhaps you are the one who is a cage. And this whole thing, and she looks around to all the buildings, is just one big, giant prison. And you are not the free ones.
Now, as you say this, and as you're talking about this, you hear this slow clapping sound, and a figure emerges kind of from the door over here in the corner, kind of through the stables. There's a hallway that goes through the stables, and a figure emerges. Now, actually, do I not have a token? I gotta grab this token. Sure. Please hold for one moment. Valenti, you are here as well, and you hear these things being said. Do you want to say anything or do anything?
I'm actually looking around, and so the cart is currently draped, right? The only reason we saw him was because we were able to lift it. So if we cover it back again, it will be where that nobody could see the wormling again, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And actually, I think the only reason you're able to see it was because the wormling had actually scratched a tear in it, sticking her hand through. I don't even think it's been pulled off, if I remember correctly.
When we were walking around, is this about as many guards there are here?
Yes. Now, there are guards up on the walls and stuff, but right there, yes. That's all.
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so all these right here, okay. And they're pretty heavily armored. Okay. And right now, last time I had the speak with, let me see, what was it? I had cast to understand, speak with animals. Okay, from the ring. Okay. Let's see, this is 3 by 5. How big is the wormling?
So it sits about when it's standing up, it stands about 3 feet tall. When
Okay.
it's sitting on its haunches and kind of sitting upright, it's a little taller, about 3.5 feet. When you add its tail to the equation, it's about 6 to 7 feet long.
All right. So let me ask you something. Okay, I'm trying to picture it in my head.
Yes.
If there was a window that was 3 foot by 5 foot,
Mhm.
would it be able to fit in it?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Valanthe is going to walk over to, oh my God, Kerrigan. And basically, I'm scoping out the areas. I'm looking for areas to hide with speed if I was able to run really fast and such. And then I'm going to go to Kerrigan and I'm going to tell her, I need you to cut me a rope. It must be at least 5 feet, or at least to be able to be the length to the top of the roof of that cage. And I'm going to tell her that as she's inspecting. And just kind of, so this right here, where she's at, that's like a pile of wood?
Yeah, actually, it's like a pile of firewood, actually.
Okay. And all this other stuff is made of wood?
Yes.
Okay,
The
so
only
basically,
things that are rock in this fort are the bases of these outer, like these 4 corner walls, like they're a little bit bigger and reinforced, and the towers are like 3 stories tall. And the bases of those seem to be covered on the outside with stone, but that's the only thing seems to be really made of stone here.
So what I remember is that Luna can only change if she were to take the blood or see. If she takes the blood, or does she have to see the creature?
No, she only has to. Well, from what she told you, she only has to taste its blood. If she can do that, then she will know, and she'll be able to change.
Okay. So what Valanthe's going to do is go to the dragon, and she says, I can get you out. Oh, 1 second, sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine.
So she said, I can get you out, but I will require some trust. Could I have at least a little bit of blood from you?
The dragon is gonna open its eyes. Roll me a quick persuasion check.
All right. Let me see. Let's see if this works. Persuasion. And let's see. Hmm. 15.
So she looks at you and she would say, like, you kind of see her eyes. I mean, her eyes look deeply angry. And she kind of comes up to the bars and she kind of grasps the bars with her claws and looks at you through them, her white eyes kind of sparkling in, but she looks filled with rage. But she looks at you, and then you see a very light slightening of her hard looks. And then she would say to you, and well, she's speaking Draconic, but your speak with animals is allowing you to understand her. She's going to say, you would free me.
And she says, yes, but you'll have to trust me. I'm going to cast a spell in a moment. I need you to climb up the rope. And I need you to, and she's whispering this and talking to where nobody else can understand. I will need you to stay there until you hear the signal. You will know when. But I do require blood before all of this can take place.
She seems to think for a moment. And then she seems to make her decision, and she kind of reaches down, and you see her teeth sink into the back of her hand. And then she reaches out, and you see the little blood drip down her claws. her like razor sharp claws. And you look at him, even though she's a little wormling, you think, oh my god, those claws would just tear someone apart. Like they're so sharp and large. But there's this little blood dripping off her claw.
And Valancy will pretty much just scrape it or put it on any of her arrows. That way it holds to the arrow. Because as long as she has the blood, I think is what she said. As long as she can taste it or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. And she's going to try to do this, like where she's looking about. And I don't know if the other guards are watching, but she's going to try to put the drape under. So that way they can't see what's going on. And,
yeah, they're all watching very close, but they don't do anything or say anything. And actually, the wagon is obscuring your view from the commander. The commander's talking to Faylene over on the other side.
Okay. And then, once she grabs the blood, she's going to go find Luna really quick. And she's just going to walk. And she's going to say to Kerrigan, keep them busy. Perhaps work with Faylene.
Kerrigan's going to nod. And then she's going to whisper to you while you walk by, what's up? What are you doing?
We're going to hopefully try a very stupid plan of mine. I'm going to try to do a rope trick. Have her disappear. And I'm going to have Luna pretend to be the wormling.
And then her eyes kind of go wide. Oh, that's a good idea. Now, meanwhile, we're going to switch over to Hector and Booker, who are in the armory. You guys have collected, all kinds of stuff. Luna and Lotto have also pulled together a big bag of food. Luna is actually following Booker and more like helping him carry stuff because she doesn't really know what much this stuff is, it seems like. And Luminode is just running around, and every once in a while he'll pick something up and then he just kind of throws it to another part of the room. He kind of seems a little confused by what's going on, actually. So what would you guys like to do?
Well, Booker is rapidly getting set up, putting on armor, and finding weapons for everyone. And so he's gonna, after picking up everything, he's gonna go down and meet up with Hector and the rest in this. So it does appear I have a feeling we're not gonna get out of this, and well, in a civil manner.
One thing that you see, Booker, as you're about to go down, is you see this big barrel, actually two large barrels beside the door, and you didn't notice them before because they have like a canvas over them, but you kind of see that there's a canvas covering them, but then you see some kind of like what look like weapons leaned up against them under the canvas, and it kind of catches your eye. Kind of looks like there might be something interesting under the canvas.
It is. Wait, there's something here, and he's gonna go to take a look.
When he pulls off the canvas, he sees two barrels with these huge danger signs on them. And then you see these flame signs like painted on them. And then beside them, you see two what look like, metal tanks that you wear on your back. And then some kind of large nozzle apparatus with like a fuse on the end. And then you see that they say Alchemist's Fire in factory printed letters on the sides.
Well, Booker's gonna crouch down and say, well, this is quite the war crime of a contraption. He's gonna call Hector and the people in particular. So, Hector, I think I found something you're going to like.
Yes?
I
What have you
believe I
found?
may. I believe I may have found the tools they use to, well, clear up the forest.
Oh, fantastic. That's exactly what I was looking for.
Yes, it smells exactly like it.
So Hector will come across and have a look at these items
You see
and
that.
see whether he knows
see
how
that-
to work them.
Oh, you should roll a quick. Actually, I think that this would be. This would be a. It's actually a good question. I was going to say an Arcana check, but it's not quite Arcana. You should make an intelligence check with proficiency. Just a straight intelligence check with proficiency. You can also, Booker, if you'd like.
Right. I'll do that, especially since, well, he knows how to handle a gun, so this shouldn't be too much different.
Ah, yes. They are shaped a bit like guns, for sure.
Total of 18.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you pick it up, you kind of see, oh, you put it on your back. Oh, it's got a fuse. Oh, you can light it. If this stuff's flammable, wow, that would spray like crazy, like spray flames. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. There's like a little valve.
And how many of these
I got it in
backpack things are there?
There are two. There are two flamethrowers, and then there are two barrels of fuel. But when you pick up the flamethrowers, it feels like they're already loaded with fuel. Like the tanks are pretty heavy, and you hear them kind of sloshing a bit. And then so it seems like there are two, and the barrels are like, I mean, they're not like giant 50-gallon barrels. It's more like kind of like what a big barrel of ale would be like, So they're like that size.
So could they be set up to be carried on the back as well?
Yes. Well, no, they would be quite heavy. Putting it on the shoulder would be probably more realistic, these barrels, because they seem quite heavy, full of liquid. So this liquid seems about as dense as water. Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of a way to have them with the person using the flamethrower.
Yeah. Well, so the flamethrowers have these like metal cylinders that have like a backpack on them. And that seems to fuel the flamethrower. And then what it looks to Hector is like they unscrew the top of the little cylinders, and then they pour this stuff into them from the barrels, is what it looks like.
Okay. And the barrels themselves are wooden?
The barrels are wood, yes.
Yeah. All right. Sorry for all that.
No,
Hector would say, what do you think, Booker? You and I put on these, and we get Lotto to carry the extra fuel and put it in strategic spots, and then we can go around and blow them up.
Now, suddenly, as Hector is saying this, he feels his pocket buzzing uncontrollably. And you realize that the instrument for the measuring the convergence is going off in his pocket.
So he'll pick it up and have a look and see how close to 4 it is.
So when he looks at it, it's actually ticking up to 3 in like fast pulses, which he's actually seen before, but only when he was able to catch readings of an opening phenomenon. Like it's like the signal he's seen when one of those things is about to happen. Yeah.
And he had everything set up around it. And,
yeah.
This looks to me like there's going to be another opening. Someone else may come.
Opening.
That may also mean that it could be a way home.
Well,
Not
let's
quite
hope.
sure yet.
Well, let's hope it's the latter. As much as I would love to help, I do have unresolved matters. But first, I believe we should help our companions out there. I have a feeling they will start their extraction mission with or without us.
Yes. But I think if we can set up something so their extraction mission is ignored, I think that would be very good.
All right. Well, we could. I would wait. I could wager we could set at least one of these to explode here. Maybe the two of them, and load up so we have. We can use these. Load up the flamethrowers just for defense, and just in case. We could set up a barrel here, or two of them. Or perhaps we could set up
Well-
one here and one in a nearby tower. But that would be
Well-
risking it.
Yes. Well, I was thinking maybe we could put one over near the barracks entrance so they don't come and reinforce us.
Makes sense.
But we could use that stable boy to sneak it across the yard. No one questions a stable boy and what they're doing.
True. Though we would have to convince him that it's nothing
That's easy.
dangerous. Well, yes, that
That's
is
easy.
easy. That is easy. But I'm sure between the two of us we can hide them or conjure an illusion to make it convincing.
Is there any paints or pigments or anything like that any inks?
Oh, in the storeroom down in the first level, there was actually like calligrapher's supplies down there.
Yep.
If that's what you mean.
Oh, well, to paint the barrel with.
Oh, let me see. Actually, is there paint? You actually find no like paint, like to paint a thing. You do find some a barrel of what looks like kind of thatch to like waterproof some wood, like maybe to waterproof the base of a gate or something, like kind of like tar like stuff.
Oh yeah, that'll do.
Which actually in itself seems like pretty thick and sturdy stuff.
Yeah. Lotto, give me a hand here.
Lotto
put these
comes
barrels
over.
all over the. Let's put these barrels in the stuff. Let's cover the barrels with this tar, this pitch.
Oh, gross! Why? He's eating an apple. He like starts to open it.
Yeah.
He gets a brush and starts
we don't
dipping
want
it in.
people to know what they are. That's all. We're like wrapping them like presents.
Oh, because we're stealing them, you mean? He starts to paint.
No. We're just delivering them as presents to unsuspecting people.
Oh.
They're surprises.
He turns the barrel to see the big flammable sign, and he's like, "Oh."
Yes. Though,
Now you get
Hector,
Kind of a
if I
knowing
may
look.
add to the plan, I do think it would
Absolutely.
be a good idea to at least set up one of the barrels here, since it would.
Oh
make-
yes, yeah.
Draw them away there
from the.
is there supplies? They would be foolish or strange not to be desperate to save their supplies.
Yes, absolutely. And those weapons, anything special about them?
Oh no, you would have noticed they all seem to be well made but mundane weapons.
Good quality, but nothing too special.
Okay.
As you're going about this, Hector, you notice that reader continues to beep and hum, and it actually starts to go higher, and the oscillations get stronger, and you start to notice, like, you were noticing, oh, this looks like another convergence, but then you're like reading it and you're like, wait a minute, this is way bigger, way stronger than any of the ones I've read before, and it just seems to be, and you even feel the device getting hot in your hand as you hold on to it.
Oh, this is not good. This has never happened before.
What is that
Puts
contraption?
he'll put the device down on the table that I'm guessing is in the middle of the room.
Hmm.
It's just like buzzing so much that it's sliding around on the table.
Hmm.
This thing tells me when there's a convergence happening. It's going nuts. I think it's going to be the biggest convergence yet.
So something big. All
Yes,
right.
indeed.
Well,
We
then
better hurry.
We better hurry. And if that's the
Yeah.
case, I think I think I should get Balen the others to gear up if something big happens. I believe the other Failing and Valente would appreciate wearing a bit of armor.
Now, as you
How
say
about,
this,
can you message them without seeing them?
We are too far away. I would have to get
Yes,
close.
I'm the same.
Luna's going to say, "You want me to go get him?"
If you can. Though I must warn you, since this doctor that we're clearly not under their command comes to meet them, it might be best if you get a bad feeling, you might not want to be seen. If you see a figure that doesn't look like a soldier, that we haven't seen before, I think it would be best you come back to tell us.
Okay, I will. And then she turns around and goes running out the door. Now, with that being said, we're going to switch scenes real quick. And we're going to go back down here to where Faylene was talking to the commander, right by the wagon. And this guy comes walking out, slow clapping after Faylene's speech. And he's like, "That is very good. That is very good. A prison. But not quite. It is a fortress." And you see this guy walk out, and he's wearing this long kind of like black leather coat. And he has this kind of like wild hair. I'll show you a portrait of him. You've seen him before, but not your character. You've only seen him in a cutscene. Looks like this.
Oh, that guy.
He has a scar on his eye, and he has this shaggy, kind of crazy white hair, and these round glasses. And he's wearing these black leather gloves, and his coat is kind of like open at the top, and there's like one button holding it in place around his waist, kind of form-fitting, very, very expensive coat. But anyway, he comes out and he's like, "I do not believe I've had the pleasure. I am Dr. Franz Belkin. To whom do I have the pleasure of listening to your little political rant?" And then he walks up and holds out a gloved hand to you, Faylene.
Faylene's nose crinkles as she looks him up and down, and she points back to the cage and she says, "I presume you are the one responsible for this."
"Oh, yes. This little one is my entire mission in the Northlands. I do not usually serve here. I serve in the interior of Dracoria. This is my premier mission. This is a mission that will see me made an admiral in His Majesty's Royal Forces. This is a very important responsibility, and I shall see it through." And then he kind of turns towards you and he says, "And I heard that you were here to see me."
I believe that is what was said, right, Valenti?
You kind of call out, but Valenti is already gone.
Oh no, she left.
You see that Valenti has left, running around the corner. You look over and you see Kerrigan kind of look behind her, and she just kind of nods at you, like as if to to agree. Then you hear a snarl, and the wormling attacks the side of the wagon right where the doctor is and slams into it and reaches out with both of her claws. And you can tell, like, it's only she's about a foot away from being able to reach him. And he's like, careful, careful. We wouldn't want a repeat of last time, would we? And then he goes to the wormling. And then he says, I do not take pleasure in causing pain to those who are of a superior race than I. But when duty calls, duty calls. And then you see him give this creepy smile to you. He just like smiles at you really big. And he's like, so, what is your name?
My name is Faline of Clan Suvi.
Faline of Clan Suvi. Is this one of the savage clans here in the Northlands?
Maybe, maybe not. But you have in your cage there the children of my gods.
Ah, yes. She is the children of everyone's gods, no? He just kind of like walks. He kind of starts to pace a little bit. He has his hands clasped behind his back. And then he kind of says, listen, you are elven kind. I'm very curious. Where did you study?
In the mountains.
In the mountains? I am not aware of an arcane facility in the mountains. Do you mean in Thyrendor?
No.
Somewhere in the land of the elves? Well then, I'm afraid the truth seems elusive. I do not understand your riddles. Are you trying to lie to me? To manipulate me in some way?
And
Try to hide your background?
do not understand yours. What is it? Are you scared of her because she's wild? Because you can't control her?
Oh, no, not me. I am not afraid of her. This is the best thing that has ever happened for me. To be sent by our Imperial Highness. To bring back such a beautiful and valuable member of the Crimson Rite. And then he kind of holds out his hand to her, almost close enough that she can grab him, which she tries to do. She lunges at him again, slamming against the bars, the whole wagon shaking. And then he just kind of pulls his hand back. And you do realize that he does not seem to have the fear of her that the others have. You also notice that while the others have all kind of acted a bit apprehensive of you, he doesn't seem to share that fear either. And then he's going to kind of turn back to you and he's going to say, let me be frank. I believe you have met an associate of mine, Vaira. Do you know this name?
I do know it.
She was quite displeased with your meeting. It seems that you and her were not coming to friendly terms, and so here's what I would offer. I wish to be on friendly terms with all elven kind. We share many things in common. We share roots in humanity. We share the arts and the music. I adore many things about the elven's contributions, especially in the arcane ways and in the colleges. And I would like to very much become friends with you. And in order to become friends, we must have a certain measure of truth between us. And so I will tell you what I believe you are. And he kind of steps right up to you and looks you right in the face. And his smile just kind of broadens, like he's just grinning at you, almost with this almost like this grin that's too big, and it's just a little creepy. And he says, I believe that you are not from this world. I think you came here through the convergence. Yes, I believe this is true. I do not believe you studied magic in Regenesis because you are not from Regenesis, and this is why. It does not make any sense to me why an elven kind would be making her savage home here in the Northlands.
Faline shrugs and she goes, I don't see any point in lying to you. It is true. I am a stranger here. And then she is actually going to reach out towards the cage to see what happens.
If she reaches out toward the cage, Do you mean like reach out toward it in like a manner of like gonna touch the cage, or you're gonna like reach into it, or just like put your hand within range of the wormling?
She's gonna put her hand within range of the wormling. She's kind of mimicking what he just did, but
No.
in a little bit of a pissing contest, putting her hand even
Okay.
further.
Roll a quick either animal handling or persuasion, whichever is higher for Faylene at the moment.
Oh man, they're the same. So we'll just go with
She should actually roll with advantage, actually.
persuasion. It is a 19.
So a 19. You reach your hand over to the cage and you see her kind of like glance at your hand. She's got both of her kind of hands grasped around the bars, but you see that she's looking at him and you just see this primal savage hatred in her eyes for him, and she's just growling and her teeth are salivating. It seems that you're not sure if it's because she trusts you more or if she just trusts him so much less, but it seems like she is too busy glowering at him to care much about your hand, is what it seems like. So your hand is able to reach over toward her, and she does not respond to it. She doesn't react to it. And then he is going to kind of smile, and he's going to kind of turn and kind of start to pace this way. And you see him pacing very slowly. And then he paces over to here, and he's like, "Commander, please stand aside." And then you see the commander like quickly like jump backwards. And then you see all these other soldiers kind of jump backwards. And then you see him reach down and he unbuttons his coat. And his coat like flutters open, but you can only see like his back right now. And he's going to say, "Faylene, of these savages of whatever world you come from, I hereby place you in the custody of the Imperial Dracorium." He says, "You are my prisoner of war. I would suggest you go peaceably." And then he kind of turns around, and you see that he has this holster on his hip that has 3 wands in it. And then you see his hand is just kind of dangling right above those magic wands. And then you kind of see him grin in this like kind of creepy way that almost suggests that he's just like itching for a chance to go for his wands. It almost seems like. Now, with this being said, Faylene, we're going to give it just a moment. We're going to go to Valenthi real quick.
Yeah, Faylene knows what she wants to do, so you guys go ahead.
Okay, Valenthi, you go ahead. What are you doing?
Valenthi will, if she sees Luna, she's going to tell her to run over as Valenthi is running over to, once she gets past this corner, she's going to run over to her.
Yeah, Luna runs up to you and she's like, "Hey, I came to tell you, you should come get weapons and armor. Hector and Booker found all kinds of things. Oh, over there." She points at the building.
She says, understood. We will have enough time to do that here in a minute. Can you do something for me?
Yeah,
ask you for something that might put you in a lot of danger.
And she pulls out the arrow.
Okay.
I'd hate to ask this from you, but you're the only one who can do this. I need this creature out of the cage. And I need a distraction. There seems to be quite a few guards here, and I think we're going to get out of here without a fight.
And she'll give the bloody arrow to her.
If you're able to taste this blood, can you turn into this creature?
She's going to look at the arrow and she's like, "What is it?"
It is it's a dragon wormling. A white dragon.
Sorry, private message. Hector, I just responded to your message. I wasn't quite sure what you were asking, but I put it in the private chat. She's gonna take the arrow, and she kind of looks at it, and then she opens her mouth and she like sticks the head of the arrow in her mouth. You see her just like lick it, and as she does so, you see that she kind of like licks the arrow, and she's just like looking at Valenthi the whole time. And you see that as her tongue goes along the arrowhead, you see that the arrow kind of cuts into her tongue just a little bit, her blood mingling with the blood on the arrowhead. And then she would like pull the whole thing into her mouth and then just like pull it out as if sucking all the blood off it, kind of like a lollipop. And then when she does that, you kind of see her eyes flash white a little bit, and then she you hear her gasp, and then she just like drops the arrow, and then she's like, when?
She says, not yet.
And then she just kind of looks down and she's like, oh my god. And then you kind of see her stagger a little bit.
She says, are you okay? Can you do this?
What is this? She sounds legitimately like shocked.
It is the blood of the dragon.
A what? What is a dragon?
And she says, it is the thing that's inside the cage. Are you still able to transform into it?
She just like nods her head yes, but you can tell she's quite distracted. Something seems to be happening to her physically. Like she's kind of stumbling a bit. She kind of raises a hand up and puts it on her chest.
Are you going to be okay?
She just nods yes, but she doesn't answer verbally.
I don't want to put you in harm's way, but you're the only one who can do this.
And, well, this is happening too. Valanthi will cast 2 spells.
Okay.
She's going to cast Longstrider.
Very good.
And then she's going to cast Disguise Self.
Okay.
She's going to take the form of one of the guards.
Okay. Very good. Very good.
It is a white dragon, so she's thinking that she should already familiarize the smell of Valanthi. This is what...
Yes. If Valenthi has any experience with dragons, she would know that's definitely true.
And she'll look at Luna and
says, I'm going to pretend to be one of their gods. I'm going to cast a spell.
And I'm hoping to do this within the 10 minutes that I still have the casting to talk to the dragon. So I'm going to tell her.
I'm going there right now. Give me exactly 2 minutes. And then transform into the dragon. And then take flight. Try to lead as many. If you have to circle the compound, try to get the attention of as many. And I will point over to you and get as many to try to follow as possible.
You're going to tell her to go in which building?
Do what now?
You're telling her to go in which building?
Not into a building, but like around the compound, trying to gather as many of the attention of the soldiers. And she's going to point to her when the time comes. But for now, she's going to say, actually about 3 minutes. She's going to say 3 minutes to give her 3 minutes, but go run back to Hector and let him know what's going on. Is basically what she says. And as the guard, Valanthi is going to go back and rush over. And hopefully Kerrigan is done cutting the rope.
Gotcha. Okay. So she goes running back. You see her running, and then you kind of hear her fall, and she slams into the snow. Then she gets back up and keeps running. And she seems to be running kind of weirdly, like awkwardly.
As Valanthi is passing by Kerrigan, she's going to say,
it is me. I'm disguised. But pretend that I am just one of the gods.
And keep walking. I guess by this time she's taken notice of what's going on with Faylene, but she's going to keep walking straight to the dragon. And actually, she's going to ask Kerrigan if she's done with the 10-foot rope.
Well, if she walks by Kerrigan will kind of look at her, but you see that there's a section of rope just kind of like laying beside her, like on the ground.
She
Seems
would
that she cut it and dropped it on the ground.
grab that and then just keep going to the cage.
And then you hear the later part of like, basically this is the part where the doctor is turned around and is facing off with Faylene, basically.
Okay.
You also see that none of the other guards really take notice of you. They're all watching Faylene and Dr. Belkin.
I'm going to put the rope inside. And what my idea is it doesn't say that it's stopped by any objects. So I'm going to put it enough to where half of the portal is on the inside and the other half is on the outside.
Okay.
So that way the dragon could jump in and then be able to jump back out when the signal is given.
Gotcha.
But I'm going to tell the dragon,
You should know it's me. I hope you can tell the smell. But
You see that the dragon's back is turned towards you, looking at Dr. Belk.
and say, if you want to be free, look at me now. Hide yourself.
At this point, she would turn around and look at you.
and she's going to try to get the rope to the corner to where nobody else can see. I don't know how far the drape is open where Faylene is.
Yeah, she could slip it in there, just like.
Oh, as far as like hiding it from Faylene and everybody else that's on that side of, I don't know, the tarp or whatever's covering the wagon.
It would be very easy. The only possible people who might see would be like, well, this guard is over here, but these guards have kind of walked this way, and this one has kind of moved this way. So actually, this guard right here is the only one I think who could be at risk of seeing you right now.
Okay.
But he's watching Dr. Belkin.
She's going to go ahead and cast Rope Trick.
Ah, very nice, very nice.
And upon casting Rope Trick, I'm going to say,
Climb that rope. Hide in there. We're going to create a distraction. You will know when. When the time is right, jump out the other side of the bars.
And then she just snarls, and then she climbs up the rope.
and then she will cast Rope Trick.
So you basically put it halfway in, halfway out, so that she can go in one side and out the other.
Correct.
Nice. Okay, very good. Yeah, no, totally. That totally work.
And hopefully, by the time that he's threatened Faylene to arrest her, Luna is going to warn everybody and come back out as a dragon. That's my.
Okay, so that would be your timing. Is before Faylene gets like literally arrested, there'd be a big distraction, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Because she's gonna, as soon as something happens before Faylene or anything can happen, she's gonna try to pull the tarp as soon as she sees the dragon hide and pull the rope in.
Okay.
She's gonna pull the tarp, and as the guard is gonna like point and say, "It's gone." So we'll see how the timing works.
Okay, very good, very good. Now, with that being said, real quick, there's this time is moving a little bit slowly right now. It's about to move very fast. We're going to go to Hector and Booker for the final scene with you two to kind of prepare for the actions about to happen. Luna would come flying into the doors and say, oh my God, I'm going to turn into a dragon. We have to do something. They're trying to arrest Faylene. Valenti said, like 2 minutes and then go.
Okay, that sounds good. Otto, take this barrel upstairs. Faylene, Luna, you go upstairs with him.
Luna goes running upstairs with him. Lotto throws the barrel over his shoulder and goes up there.
Yeah, you come back though, Lotto. Need you for something else.
All right.
All right.
Booker.
Yeah.
We're going to wait for that 2 minutes, and then we're going to step outside with our flamethrowers. And as soon as Luna changes, bang, we burn this place down.
All right. You give the
Lotto,
signal.
I need you to run to the stables and get our mounts ready.
He nods.
We're going to need them as soon as possible.
Yes, we'll do.
I'll go to the right. You go to the left, Booker.
All right. I can
And
get.
just burn everything.
All right. I can light it up if necessary. And I have a trick up my sleeve that I believe could create even more chaos, if you will.
As you guys are discussing
Fantastic.
this, you see Luminode pull a short sword out of the weapons, and then kind of swing it just a little bit, and then look up at you, Booker, as if to say he's ready to go.
Well, now Booker is gonna kneel in front of Luminol, and he's gonna say, "Well, now I feel even safer, knowing you have my back."
It just looks at you with its unblinking eye and holds the sword upright. To him, it's like a great sword because he's so little.
Yeah, he's going to like, she's going to like playfully like hit his luminous sword with his axe, just like gently. Just, all right, you got my
Now-
back.
Lumino just stares at you. Now, at this point, Hector, have you gotten a peek outside? Have you poked your head outside at all in the last, like, in this turn?
Hector hasn't, no.
Okay. When Lotto
Well,
pokes his head
Lotto
outside, and
is
then he
the
sticks his
first
head
one
back in, he's going to be like, Hector, you might want to take a look at this.
What? What do you mean? What's going on out there?
He points up into the sky, and he's like, I don't think that's normal. And you see something going on in the sky. You see dark clouds kind of forming, and you see a large, way up in the sky, you see this in the midst of the clouds. You see this like lightning starting to kind of, every once in a while it kind of cracks, but it looks yellow, and you see this like aurora type lights in the clouds, and the clouds are beginning to kind of swirl in a circular pattern, and the wind is kind of starting to pick up, and everyone else notices this too. Like actually at this point, Faylene and Valentha, you're outside, you hear a crack of thunder above you, which is very bizarre. You have not heard that since you've been here. It's always been like a just snow and blizzard, but above you, you hear what sounds like thunder, and if you look up, you see a bit of yellow lightning in the sky. Anyway, I'm going to put this away for a minute because we don't need this right, like, just like here. Uh-oh, can I get rid of it? Yeah, there we go. But that's kind of, let's see, way up in the sky. And it looks quite large.
Hector smiles and turns back and says, fitting backdrop for death. Are we ready?
You,
All right,
my
so-
friend, are a little concerning, but I am ready.
Okay, so Booker and Hector, you guys are ready for Luna to transform, basically? You're ready for her transformation?
Yep.
Okay. Now let's go back to Faylene. Faylene, you said you were going to say something.
Yeah.
So we're coming back to you. Valentha, you're right there. The little dragon, Valentha, you saw the little dragon kind of disappear into the canvas, and the tear kind of closes up that she had stuck her hands through, torn through the canvas. So you can't see her right now. But now it's just you. Your back is to this wagon. Dr. Belkin is over here, and he's looking at you. Yeah, and Valentha, you're here too. All of you are here.
I guess I can't see exactly what Faylene is doing, but I was waiting for the dragon to disappear completely, and I'm going to pull the tarp.
Okay, so you would see
Faylene is needing to do something before that.
Well, I feel like the timing is such that the dragon, you kind of hear her clawing, and she would claw into the opening. Her tail just kind of like slips in as last, and then she has completely disappeared into the hole.
Okay. And so out of character, above table, I guess I don't know if Faylene was going to do anything, but Valenci's going to go ahead and pull the tarp. So
I guess the question, Faylene, would be timing-wise. Do you feel like the tarp would come off first, or do you feel like Faylene would make her next move before the tarp comes off? And and that would depend on how much of a pause Faylene is allowed.
Yeah, I mean, would she be able to like glance and see that the dragon's not near her?
Yes, for sure. She would see that.
Okay. In which case, before the tarp comes off, because she doesn't know that's going to happen, she would just look at this guy and she would say, "You think your fortress will protect you? You think arresting me and putting me behind iron bars and stone walls will make you safe? It doesn't matter which world I'm on. I would rather die free than in one of your cages. I bet you tried to capture a blizzard if you could. Well, let's see if you can." And she'll cast Rhymes Binding Ice.
Okay, here we go. Now we have moved into initiative. Everyone roll for initiative. Gonna have to put on the battle music here. Here we go. All right, the initiative tracker is up here. I'm just gonna go. Luminode is gonna go on your turn, Booker.
Not bad.
Got an 8.
I gotta add you to initiative. All right.
oh god, 9.
Where'd your token go, Booker? Did your token get removed? Did I remove
No,
your
it's next to Hector.
Oh, I see it. Okay. You got an 8, you say?
Yeah.
We're hiding in the shadows.
Oh, I think I was supposed to click on the token. Can you add Valente? She got a 9.
Oh, yes, of course. All right. Faylene, what did you get?
14.
Okay, so this is correct. I don't know why it's I'm in the wrong order here. The initiative tracker isn't making the... Oh, it's because they're not all done. I see. Okay. We're going to go... Actually, there we go. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now we're good. Okay. But Faylene, you get surprise round. So this spell you're just casting doesn't represent your it doesn't represent your movement or your action. This is just your surprise round thing. All right. So describe what this looks like as you cast it.
Yeah, so she will grab the staff from behind her back and reach out a hand, and just this like sheer blast of ice and snow kind of like flurries from her hand and even from behind her ears, and then creates this sheet of ice that goes forward. So each creature in that area must make a Constitution saving throw.
What does 17 save?
A 17 would save, but they are still going to take 4D, half of 4D8 damage. Let me roll that real quick.
Gotcha. So you guys see this blast of air. The guards are all suddenly like, ah! They all go for their weapons. The commander yells, "Arrest her!" as he draws his long sword.
So that is 10 points of cold damage.
Nice.
And then, yeah, if I can get a bonus action, I will
Yes.
use my font of magic to unleash that extra energy, and then she will, just kind of as this flurry of fire and ice starts sparking up the antler on the top of her staff, take that and start running this way. I don't know where she needs to go get around the cart.
Yeah, the cart would be like, that's a good place to run with it.
Okay.
At this point, as you're running, suddenly the canvas flies off the cart. And then you see that there's a guard over there. And then, Valenti, were you going to yell something when this happened?
Yeah, she was just going to yell in her deepest male voice that,
It's gone! It's gone!
You hear a slightly feminine-sounding male guard shout, "It's gone!" You don't remember seeing that guy before, but you look in there and there is no dragon in the wagon. It has vanished, apparently. All right. Do you have any other actions for your surprise round turn?
No, but these two guards on the bottom probably would get attacks of opportunity as she ran past.
Oh, that's true. Okay, they're going to swing. One of them's going to swing at you. Does a 14 hit?
A 14 does hit.
Does an 8 hit?
A 8 does not hit.
Okay. One of them slashes you with a short sword. She feels a sting of pain in her leg. 4 points of damage. And then we go to Dr. Franz Belkin. You kind of see his hair's a little frosted over, and he's like, not bad. And then suddenly he whips out a wand, and you hear this loud electric-y, like buzzing sound. And then suddenly Faylene smells what smells like just white hot metal, and she sees this. Suddenly, all in the whole periphery of her vision, she sees what seems to be this like blue light, as this arc of electricity just shoots toward her. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Ooh, that's a 9.
You actually make it. You realize that this very intense beam of light moved kind of slow, and Faylene was able to kind of dodge to the side. You would literally have to take a 5-foot step though in one direction to avoid it. But you can go ahead and show me what direction you want to move in.
Like this way?
Yeah, she could do that. So you dash to the side, and you see this energy just fly past you, and then you see it fly past her, and it hits the wall over here. And when it does, you see wood splinter and fly, and you actually see the wood like start on fire. I mean, it's a huge explosion, and she realizes that's no normal lightning bolt. That's something way beyond a lightning bolt. She thinks that might have literally blown her apart if it would have hit her.
Jeez Louise. She'll yell over her shoulder, "Go ahead, let's burn it all down!"
And then he's like, "You first, my dear." He kind of laughs maniacally. Now it is actually Faylene's real turn.
Okay.
So your surprise turn was done, but now it's your real turn. Now after that, Hector, it's going to be your turn. So prepare for your turn. Your turn's next.
She is going to.
Oh, actually, I'm actually gonna. Let me think about this for a second. Actually, I have to roll because it's possible that Luna's turn came first. I forgot to roll for her.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No, it's not actually. Let me add her though. Luna's timing is a little wonky because she's never done this form before. Okay. It is Faylene's turn. Go ahead.
Okay. Faylene is going to cast a 2nd level Scorching Ray. And she's going to hit these 2 guards below her, and I believe he's still in range. Yeah, and Dr. Franz.
All right.
Okay, so she'll go for the guards first. First roll is a dirty 20.
Oh yeah, that'll hit.
Second roll is a 16.
Was that at the guard or at the doctor?
That's at the guard.
Okay. Yes, that will.
And then last roll's at the doctor. And that is a 23.
That will hit.
Okay, awesome. So first guard takes 11 points of fire damage.
You see him. Ugh, smacks him, kind of lurches backwards, holding his shoulder. Ugh. Get her!
Second guard takes 10 points of fire damage.
Ugh.
And
Blast.
Dr. Franz will take 6 points of fire damage. And then she will also use her meta magic to pop off a ray of frost at Dr. Franz.
Spells just flying everywhere. Valentha, you see Faylene just shooting spells everywhere.
Will a 21 hit as she whips around and releases another, ray of cold energy?
It will hit. Roll damage.
Okay. He takes 9 points of cold damage, and his speed is reduced till 10 feet till the start of my next turn.
Gotcha. Ugh. You kind of see him grunt in pain. And he's like, not bad for an elf savage. Not like the elves here. I would be fortunate to be alive. You are pathetic and weak.
She's like, we'll see. And then she'll keep running this way.
All right. It is Hector's turn. Hector, on the inside of the building, you hear kind of some things getting knocked over and some shrieking. And you have a feeling that Luna might be transforming or something. Now, if you wanted to hold your turn for that, you could, but you could also just go ahead.
Oh, I've got to set up for the hold.
Go for it. Go for it.
So Hector would, hearing Luna starting to transform and hearing the familiar sounds of magic, he will he'll grab the barrel off Lotto and say, "Quick, quick! You get to the stable now! Get those horses out of there!"
He just
And
like
then
nods.
he'll say to Booker, "Quick, outside! And you too, little thin man." And he'll stand in the doorway waiting for everyone to come out first, and then he'll throw the barrel of alchemist fire at the bottom, on the bottom floor. So that way there's alchemist fire on both levels. So
Very
the fire
good,
will
very
go bang bang, and then hopefully Luna will pop out of the top with this great big burst of fire. So he's waiting for her to finish her transformation, and
Gotcha.
then he'll throw. And hopefully that gives Booker enough time to get out and maybe shoot a firebolt back into the room or something like that
All right.
to hit the.
Lotto takes off running. He's like, huh. You see some crossbows from the guards up there. They start firing crossbow bolts at him, but none of them hit him. They kind of fall flat, and he makes it that far. Lumino just runs out there, standing by Booker. Inside, you hear things kind of getting broken, and then you hear this roar, like this kind of muffled roar, and then this kind of like clicking, growling, and then suddenly the doors fly open, and a white dragon, and we're just gonna keep Luna, we're just gonna keep her. Actually, no, I'm gonna go ahead with this. Suddenly, a white wormling crashes, bursts through, and goes flying up into the air. There's a shriek, and it emits across the whole fort as that dragon moves upward. You all see it rise up into the air. All right, now, Hector, go ahead, and you said you were going to do something after that. Or yeah.
Yeah, he's throwing the alchemist fire so it breaks and spreads across the ground floor of the supply room.
Is he lighting it yet or not yet?
No, that's... Hopefully someone else will come in and light it.
Okay, gotcha.
That was his action.
Gotcha.
Getting everyone out, getting Lotto organised.
So as this
Quite
happens,
frankly, he's not very stable, so it takes him a bit to throw things.
very fair. Okay. Is that going to be the end of Lotto's turn? Or I'm sorry, not Lotto. Hector's turn.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
very good.
Just outside and waiting, and then throwing.
Very good. All right, I've got to do one quick thing here. This was on 13. Okay. That white dragon flies up into the air. All the guards are like pointing and yelling, freaking out. And then she kind of flies over here toward the center. When suddenly you guys see from over on the top right corner of this guard tower, you see this reddish bolt of energy fire at it. And then you see it hit her, and you hear a screech of pain, and you see one wing like fall limp to the side, and then you see this white dragon who Valenthy you know, and Hector at least you know, are Luna. You see her suddenly spiral downward and fall toward the ground, and then she falls out of sight of you, Valenthy and Faline. But Hector, you see her slam into the ground, and you look and you see that one wing is definitely broken. A piece of it actually blown away by whatever spell that was.
Oh
And
my
then
gosh.
you hear like a kind of a cry, like this crying pain as she kind of tries to claw herself across the ground. She kind of tries to drag herself to the stables. This knight comes running up. He like draws his sword and like steps on her to try to stop her from moving. And he's like, "Halt now!" And that's going to take us to Valenthy's turn.
Huh. Well, that just
You're
threw
not
everything
sure
off.
You're not sure who fired that bolt from that other tower, but Hector, if you look up there,
Let's see.
standing up on the ledge is Vira. It seems that she fired that bolt.
Let's see.
Hector will tell Booker, that's our first target. Let's go that way.
All right. Well, then I can't do what I was going to do now. I need to give her time. Oh, dang it. All right. So at that angle, would I have been? Was she far enough for the other guards to see, or were they paying attention to Faline?
So the guards in your immediate vicinity, they actually did. When they heard that shriek, they even looked away from Dr. Belkin to look toward that. And so really everyone saw that white dragon fall on the north end of the fort.
Oh.
Like everybody. You even saw Dr. Franz Belkin look up at it, like, and he had a look of surprise on his face.
Okay. Shoot. Let me see. Kerrigan is over here. Lance is over here. I was gonna try to set that on fire, but let's try. Okay. Let me see something here. That changes some things. I would just say I need to get a bit of a surprise here. What the heck? Why isn't it? Oh, that's the measuring tool. Never mind. All right. Okay, if I double it, I can go here.
Valenti, while you're measuring for your turn and stuff, Kerrigan goes running up to this guard over here, and she just like kind of does a roll and a leap, and with her staff, she just like smacks him, smashes him into this like wood here, and then kind of just throws him down on the ground and gets on top of him, and starts like ground and pounding. Like she starts like smacking him, and then the other guard looks over and he's like, "What the heck?" Comes over there, takes a swing with his sword. But she ducks under it and he misses her. She seems to be fighting those two guards. Anyway, continue.
Valenti will go ahead and she will head toward this direction. Dang it, I lost it.
You hear the bell, the alarm bell start to ring in the town.
So she's going to head toward this direction, and she's going to yell. So she's going to go about to here, but she's going to yell at that guard that's attacking Kerrigan and all the other ones. This will decide if he's going to go or not. But he's going to say, as her best voice that she can, is like,
Forget her. We need the dragon. Dragon's fell. It's crawling this way. Follow me now.
Roll deception check real quick.
Okay. And
this is very important because you could actually really fool a lot of them right here.
That's the plan. That was the plan, is to get him to run toward the dragon, and then she was going to backstab them. But let's see. So that's 2. All right, so 2. 20 plus 2. Would I happen to have any kind of advantage since I look like them?
Yes, I would say so. You should roll with advantage.
All right.
Because you literally look like a guard.
So 18.
So when you yell that, they all kind of look up, and then you see Dr. Franz look over. Well, he actually is looking at Faline, but the commander, he looks at you, and then he looks at the others, and he says, "Listen to him. Get the dragon."
And then so she's going to go there. And then with that, she's also, can she do that?
This guy goes running past.
Yeah, so she's going to have them, she's like,
Come on, now, go!
And she runs to there. She's going to let them try to get in front so she can see how many. But yeah, she was definitely yelling at the one by Kerrigan, the second guy.
He goes running too.
Excellent.
I can actually go about that far. And this guy also draws his sword and starts to run. And so does the commander. He actually runs too. They all go that far.
All right, excellent. And then, so they're all facing forward, right?
Yeah, they're all facing north.
Okay, I'm going to give them a little bit of time for right now still.
Gotcha.
Before I do anything to attack. So I'm going to hold my action.
Okay.
And look toward Kerrigan. If Kerrigan seems like she's getting too hurt, I'm going to probably see about attacking with my 2 attacks or whatever, how many attacks on that guard.
She actually looks like she used her staff to disarm that guard. Like you kind of saw her pin his hand to the ground with her forked staff. And then when she disarmed him, she dropped her staff and started just beating on his face. And it looks like she's winning right now.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and hold my my actions and also be looking at the doctor to see what he's doing, but thinking that I'm like following behind the others because I need them to get further away. That's what I'm trying to hope to do before I give the signal to the other dragon.
Okay, it's going to be Booker's turn next. Is that all of your actions, Valenti?
Yeah, I'm just holding my action now.
Booker, it is your turn.
All right. So, quick question: How tall are these walls?
Yeah.
These exterior walls, like these walls between the corner towers, are 20 foot tall, and the corner tower walls are 30 foot tall.
Okay, that is great to hear. Okay. Just need to measure.
Now, as you're measuring, some crossbow bolts do come flying down at you, Valenti, from this wall up here. These 3 guards open fire with their crossbows. Does a 10 hit you? I'm sorry, not
Oh,
Valenti.
sorry. Yeah.
Does a 10 hit
A
you,
10
Valenti?
does not hit.
Okay. Does a 14 or a 15 hit?
A 15 will hit.
You take 2 points of damage. 1 crossbow nicks you. Anyway, go ahead, Booker.
Hold on. Sorry. A 14 might hit. I need to check something real quick.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just sticking these little places in while Booker was measuring.
No, you're good.
Okay. So Booker is going to run out of the building, and while he is running, he's going to cast. Okay, he's going to cast jump on him. On himself.
Nice.
Just let me cast that. And he's gonna look back and say, "Everyone, get away from the building."
As you say that, Luminodes runs towards you and jumps and grabs a hold of your back, like jumping onto your back.
And okay, so he moved. He moved 20 feet. He should still have 10. So I'm gonna use that 10 feet to jump.
Go for it.
And can I try and jump so I'm over? So I land on top of this wall.
Yes, absolutely. Does the spell just let you do it automatically?
The spell, I'll read it for you. Once on each of its turns until the spell ends, that creature can jump up to 30 feet by spending 10 feet of movement.
Oh, yes. Now you can get up there. Go for it. Yeah. You leap. And Hector, you see it. It's almost like unnatural the way Booker leaps, and then there's a smash as Booker's feet slam down on the wood of the thing. And these guards who are shooting at Lotto, you see them all kind of look over at you in a quiet moment as they're like reloading their crossbows. There's a bit of a pause. They look very surprised. Anyway, continue. There's one guard up here in the level above you. He does shoot down at you. He's like, he rolled a nat 20. Crit.
That hits.
You would take 7 points of damage from it.
7. All right.
Anyway, continue.
Before I forget, I'm just gonna write it down.
Behind you,
Okay.
You see Luminode leap off of you and start climbing that wall. He actually puts the sword on his back and he climbs quite dexterously up the wall. But anyway, it's your turn.
And with that, since I have no movement left, he's going to cast a firebolt at this guard.
Rolled a hit. Do you mean that one nearest to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a 17.
That will hit. Roll damage.
12.
So 12 damage. You hit him, and he kind of falls backwards, really surprised. Hits the railing. You hear the wood kind of crack, and he falls over it. You hear him like cry out, and he falls to the ground. And you hear this crash as he hits the ground. He seems to stop moving. You just blast him right off the bridge.
He's going to yell at Hector and say, "Do your thing. I got the tower. That thing has a bit more range than that."
All right. Is that going to be the end of your turn, Booker?
Yes.
All right. Now we go to the stables, actually. And I need to add this. So in the stables, actually, Hector, you'd be the closest. You hear some noise. You hear a couple of shouts and cries. Then you hear wood crashing. And then you see the side of the stables, like not the doorway they went in, but the side of the wall. Literally, wood just explodes outward. And Aklios comes charging out of it. And you see Aklios rear up and run up to this guy and just like come down on him with his hooves, start beating on him. You see him beat that guy down to the ground. And then you see Eos following close behind. Eos kind of runs around in a circle, rears up on hind legs, and then goes running this way. All right. It is now back to the top of the order, Dr. Franz Belkin's turn.
I have to think what to do now. That's what I was planning on doing.
Dr. Franz seems unaware of your presence, Valenti, and instead you see him like he kind of twirls his wand and goes to put it back in his sheath, and then he quickly draws another one, and then he fires it at you, Faylene. And this time, instead of like white or bluish electricity, you just see like red hot fire fly at you like a ray of fire, but it's huge. It's like a furnace. You have to roll a dexterity save. You have to make a dexterity save 9 to avoid this blast.
Okay.
At first, it looks like a little ray of like scorching ray, but then as it gets closer, you realize it's like a 6-foot diameter ray of fire, and it's just massive.
Oh, I got a 4.
Oh my god.
Do you happen to have a heroic inspiration you could use?
I used it already, but I am fire resistant.
You are fire resistant?
I am fire resistant.
Okay,
Can I pass my heroic inspiration?
Yes, you are allowed to pass your heroic inspiration.
I will pass my heroic inspiration
now,
to her.
Okay, now in order to do that, though, you have to kind of like role play how you're going to do it. Like, are you going to shout to her, like, look out, or something? Like, there has to be like some kind of
Let me see.
role play thing.
I will.
Because this spell looks nasty that's coming at her.
I'll say,
There's a dragon right there. I think I saw it. I saw it.
and gets really loud.
Okay. Faylene, for some reason, when you hear these words, they sound a little familiar to you, and you're inspired greatly. You should re-roll your save. You must make a 9.
And I was doing it also to try to set France off center.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. He kind of like glances that way.
It's an 8, and I used my reaction on the arrows. So.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh.
So this thing comes at you. You kind of try to dodge out of the way, but then suddenly it hits. Now you are, I'm going to say this, being resistant to fire actually saves you.
Okay.
It saves you big time, and I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, man. So here's the thing. Because you're resistant to fire, this is what's going to, you realize to yourself, oh no, I'm not going to get out of here. But you can choose where it's going to hit you. You're either going to have to get hit in the right arm, or you're going to have to get hit center mass.
I'll take the... Fuck it, I'll take center mass.
You're going to take center mass? Are you sure?
Okay, I'll take the right arm.
Well, I'm just asking. Both of them, and the reason you get the choice is because being resistant to fire, that's kind of gonna. You're gonna also get the half damage, but I'm giving you this choice too because I'm letting you kind of choose how you're gonna try to dodge as best you can, basically.
Okay, I'll take the right arm. I can settle spell in case it burns off.
Okay. So suddenly there's this flash, and then it goes from being like fire, and suddenly it feels like the hottest furnace in the world, and then there's this white hot searing smell. All you can smell is hot metal, and then you feel this like bee sting in your right arm. You take, it's gonna be, okay, so it's going to be a total of 24 points of damage.
Okay. With resistance.
Yeah, with it. So that's after we. So it would have been that's already halved basically. Is
Okay.
that amount. But however, when you look down to check on your arm, you realize from the elbow down you have no arm. Your arm was completely taken off by the blast, and there's a charred stump just below your left or your right elbow.
Nephilim will scream.
And now I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw to keep from just like maybe passing out from the pain. It's going to be an 8 DC.
15.
Oh yeah. So you're able to keep your. I mean, you like maybe your heart starts to pound, but you're able to control yourself. And as you look down at this, you kind of hear a. As you see, your spellcasting is elementary at best. You are behind the times, mademoiselle. Behind the times. He just kind of starts walking towards you. And then he's like, he pockets that wand, and then he kind of twirls his fingers as if ready to go for the next one. And then he's like, you see, I have won. You are under arrest. Do not make me finish you. And then you see his smile break down into this kind of like menacing, angry look, and he says, besides, I don't like people meddling in my business. And there's something about you I don't like very much. Maybe it's something in the blood.
She just kind of straightens herself. I would say for flavor, she like puts her charred arm like into the snow for a second.
Yeah, it's literally sizzles when she does that.
Yeah, and she's like, I don't think we have very much in common, but maybe 2 things. I don't like you very much either, and we both like to play with fire. And she will cast the fireball on him.
Oh, nice. Go for it. Roll that damage. So it's a Dex saving throw. Now, fireball's big. Okay, so go ahead and show me where you'd like it. I'm going to put a prop out there. I actually have a fireball prop, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's 20-foot radius.
So I think, are we here with that 20 foot? It's hard to see the squares. I got to move it over here so I can see the squares. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, so this is a 20-foot radius, so go ahead and feel free to put it wherever you want. I'm going to give you control.
She wants to burn the cage, him, and these buildings over here. Oh, actually, he came from this building. We'll burn that one.
All right.
And
yes, that's the one I was going to aim for.
she will do, let's see, I'm looking at my sheet. Yeah, cast. And he needs to make a Dex 15 saving throw.
Okay, so he would make it.
Okay.
You kind of see him. He's able to make it, but
I was going to ask.
Yes.
Because I was holding my action.
Uh-huh.
He's going over there. Just because I'm one of the guards, he's looking that way, and then with the cover of that fire, would I be able to attack him and still be to where I'm still hidden and he wouldn't know where that came from?
Oh yeah, most likely. I mean, he's literally surrounded by fire when the fireball goes off.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do that too.
Go for it. Roll to hit.
And be screaming, "They're attacking with arrows!"
Okay, very good. So roll damage, Faylene, and then you also, Valente, go ahead and roll your attacks.
Okay, so he takes 16 points of fire damage.
Ah! You hear him kind of growl from inside.
And then just, to sweeten the deal, she'll also cast just good old reliable firebolt on him. Does a 21 hit.
That will hit. Roll
Well, I
damage.
got a 1 on the first one, so keep that in mind, but I'm going to attacking with the other ones too.
You mean you rolled a nat one?
Yeah.
That would miss, unfortunately.
I got a 17 on the other one, and then my third one.
Is the 17 magical at all? Is that shot magical at all?
Oops, sorry. Sorry. Roll this one before I forget.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Faylene,
And the
how
other
much
one is
damage?
25. Magical, I think. I don't think they're magical.
Do they do any magic damage when they hit at all?
Oh, as far as magic damage, probably not.
Okay.
It would only be my Dreadful Strike.
Then the 17 would miss, unfortunately.
Okay, well then the 25 would be the only one.
That would hit for sure.
Okay, and I'll do like a Dreadful Strike from that as well.
Gotcha.
So
Faylene, how much damage do you take from your second spell?
It's actually a pretty good fireball. He will take 11 points of more fire damage.
Ugh. So, as the flames kind of start to die down, you would look at him, and then you see the whole right half of his face is just scorched, like this flesh literally melted. And he looks at you with this like surprised look, like this kind of astonished, very surprised look, kind of like "How dare you?" kind of look, or "How could you?" kind of look. And then, wham! It gets hit in the back with an arrow. And you see this guard just like smack him with an arrow.
Faylene will just say, "A scar for a scar," and then she'll run around the building hoping to take some cover if she can.
You hear him go, "Arrgh!" He like growls and tries to chase after you. He can't move right now, though. All right.
And then I did
yeah, how much damage?
four of the psychic damage, and then the arrow was 8.
Nice. 12, 16. Okay.
I'm not using my big tough stuff yet, so
Nice. All right. So he seems to he kind of glances back and looks, but he seems to look at you and the other guards and just like look right past you, and he seems to almost dismiss it and then go to pursue Faylene. Is what it looks like. Meanwhile, we go to Lotto. Lotto goes running up to this guy who's getting beat by the horse, jumps on top of him, and starts like pounding on him. And then he pounds like twice, and then you see just blood flying from his fists hitting the guy's broken in skull. You see Acleos kind of jump back and flip its mane. These guards appear, fire some more crossbow bolts. You see Lotto get hit with one. Ugh, he kind of stumbles to the side, crossbow sticking out of the top of his shoulder. It is now Hector's turn.
Hector hobbles out of the building entry there, moves his full 20 feet allotment, looks around, starts smiling and giggling, and goes, "Let's have some fireworks." And he sets off the flamethrower into the building.
So when that happens, I mean, for a minute he holds the flames on it, but then suddenly it's just there's this. I mean, it's like an explosion. Out of the door, flames roar out, and even out of all the little the little windows in the sides, flames just shoot out. Even boards go flying through the air as the alchemist fire inside catches, and the whole thing goes up. You see this plume of black smoke just start to float skyward. Suddenly, like on top of here, you hear people start to scream. You see several guards jump off the top of the tower, like outside the fort. They just like leap off. You see this guard up here scream, and he goes to jump off, rolls, hits the ground. You kind of hear bones break as he slams into the ground. This whole tower is just going up in flames. These 3 guards over here are just like looking afraid. They start to like back away as it starts to catch the bridge on fire. All right, what else does Hector do?
Hector will look around and see Blinky standing over a dead corpse, and well, if you're finished playing over there, Blinky, I could use a ride. And then he'll stand there and wait for Blinky to come across and jump on, and that would be about it for him.
Blinky would make it over to you. Now, as this is happening, suddenly Hector sees this flash of flash of magic kind of show up right beside him. And then Vyra swings something at him. Like he sees her out of the corner of his eye. He can tell she just like did some kind of like magical transportation thing. She seems to swing what looks like some kind of ice knife at him. She rolls a 14. Does that hit, Hector?
As a reaction,
Mm-hmm.
it would hit otherwise. Where is it? Where's his reactions? He's able to use shadow armor. So the shadows around Hector intensify and strengthen, and he seems to be almost flitting in between shadows and reality, and you have a disadvantage on attacks.
So that would greatly reduce her ability to hit. She would swing thinking she was going to hit Hector. You even see a grin on her face, but then the knife hits only darkness. It swings through, leaving Hector untouched. And then she would be like, "Nice to meet again, dead guy." You see the strange, icy coldness in her eyes, and you recognize it very well. But there's a little bit of red tinge to her hue now. Looks like she has upgraded her abilities slightly. Not good enough, though, apparently, because she's missed her attack. Anyway, that's her turn. Booker, you are next.
All right. Okay, he's going to look over the edge towards Hector and say, you got this?
I hope so. But if you got something to shoot her with.
Valenthi, I saw, actually, you're technically next. I'm going to go ahead and let Booker go because I already started Booker's turn, but you're next, Valenthi, just so you know.
Oh, I mean,
I
can go ahead. It doesn't
No,
matter.
that's okay. I'm thinking about stuff, so
okay,
go for it.
I just didn't want you to think I forgot you, Valenthi. I just read it upside down.
Okay. So Booker is gonna look at it. All right, I'll remove her cover, and yeah, he's gonna start running forward. So okay, so about here. Okay, so he runs forward and makes another leap. So he should be like, I think that's about 50. Let me measure. Okay, no, 10 more. There we go. And he's going to cast Firebolt at this other guard. Let me roll it real quick. Oof. I got a 23.
A 23?
Yep. With 13 damage.
At this soldier right here, right?
That one.
Okay. And so you hit him, and he would gets hit. He kind of staggers backwards. Definitely takes the damage. Doesn't quite go down yet. Gotta add a condition. What else is Booker gonna do?
Okay, so that's my... Okay, so I only have bonus left. Let me check up real quick if I have anything left. Should I make Booker even faster? Hold up, let me check. Oh, jump does not require concentration. I'm going to cast Expeditious Retreat on myself. You take that. Okay, and I'm part of it makes me dash forward. Take the dash action with the spell. So, okay, that's about it. There we go. So now that's the end of my turn.
All right. So now. Uh-oh. I think we have an echo going. So. Oh, there we go.
Is it me or?
I think it might be.
See, how about now? I'll move it away further from my speaker.
I think so. Then let me double check. I'm gonna check back. No, it seems fine now. All right. It is now. Let's see here. Valenti's turn.
Can I see if the building has caught on fire here?
Oh yeah, you see it. You can see the massive dark smoke plume up in the. Oh, you mean closest where the fireball was?
Yeah.
Yes, that building has begun to catch on fire and it's starting to burn.
Okay. How much of the smoke is? Is there any smoke yet?
Oh yeah, there's some dark smoke. It looks
Okay.
like all of this lumber is soaked with something that makes it burn very dark and like black smoke pluming up.
Can I see that the guards are still heading their direction? Have they turned at all, or are they still
No.
heading?
Well, no, actually, on your turn they would all run more, so they're gonna go.
Okay. Hopefully, Aos will go back the other way. While that's happening, I'm gonna look. Is Kerrigan's guard still up, or does it seem like?
Well, she hasn't quite had her next turn yet, but it looks like she's gonna finish him this turn. Is what it looks like.
Let me see. How can I do that? Okay.
Unless he just rolls really good, gets her off of him.
Let me see, because I don't want to leave her behind. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead. So I got 140 feet of movement. So first 70, I'm going to go ahead. And I got that because of my long strider and also so this is that first strike that I'm gonna cast.
Gotcha.
And then so with that being said, I'm going to first cutting this in half. She's going to run by the 20 feet or 25 feet here by the corner where the dragon is.
Yeah.
And says,
The fight has started. Now's your chance to get out and either join us or make a retreat.
and then she's going to move this way. Is he behind the cart? Would he be able to see me, Dr. Franz, and
So
at that angle?
right now, the canvas and that whole cart is like on fire and burning. So no, the vision is completely obscured.
Okay, so that's 25, and then she's going to move the 15. So that puts her at 40 feet movement, and she's going to do her attacks right there, but she's not going to do her longbow. She's going to go ahead and attack her 2 attacks with the Frost Claw Fang, I think. Okay, so
And
that
who is she attacking?
the guy that Kerrigan is attacking, because I need
gotcha.
Kerrigan to move quickly here. So see if I can take him out. Okay, so first attack. So a crit. 27 to hit.
Oh yeah, you hit him for sure. Arrow goes straight through the skull.
Actually, it would be the scimitar. I'll just cut it right in half into him.
Oh,
So-
nice. Valenti
like-
slashes it into him. The blood
And-
splashes up onto Kerrigan's mask, and she looks over startled, as if she's ready to swing at you, but then realizes it's you.
Excellent. And you'll say,
Go, follow after Phelan.
and then I'm not sure if the dragon can do anything, but I'm looking back, seeing if the dragon is doing anything and getting out. But she's going to finish the rest of her movement. So I think that 25. So let's see, plus the 15. It's 40. So 40. So 40 puts her right there, right? 40. Yeah, 70. So she'll go to... She'll move all the way to here. And then she's going to finish... as she's running past Faylene. Actually, it's this one right here. She's going to ask Faylene,
How old are you?
and I don't know if Faylene can even answer in that as she's running past or not.
Failing you hear Valenti call out to you.
Why do you look like that? She's like holding her arm.
She says, "Trickery," because I would be able to see these guards up here, right?
Up on the wall there?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, you'd see them. They've been shooting crossbow bolts down at Failing.
Okay. I'll say that as I'm running and just say,
I can give you cover if you want. Rope trick.
Do it. I'll live, and I'm going
she's
to
kinda
kill
gliding.
that man.
okay. So she's gonna have to stop here. So she's not gonna move all the way to her full thing because she can't cast rope trick anymore right now.
Gotcha.
And hopefully Kerrigan is following. So she's gonna stop here. She's gonna get her rope, and she's just gonna tell Faylene to grab onto it with her one hand so she can like float up into the thingamajigger. Well, actually, she has movement. Faylene has movement, right? Because she's gonna go before me.
Oh, you want Faylene to go up the rope?
Yeah, because if you do that, I can get you that cover and rope trick.
I don't really know how that works. Sorry.
You like climb up into a fourth dimensional pocket or an extra dimensional pocket, basically.
Oh, okay.
And basically, what it does, the way I use it, I don't know if I can say that. I don't want to metagame, but basically, nothing can get through it. You can see out of it, and you can poke your head out of it or whatever, but nothing can go up into it. And if you pull the rope into it, the rope will be with you, and nobody can get into it unless they can try to fly and get into it. But yeah, nothing can hit you in there. No magic and other stuff. But you can poke your head out and attack people.
Gotcha. Cool. That's cool.
But since you have movement, next I will, and they're going to attack anyway, I'm going to go ahead and complete my full movement to about right here, and that's where I'll probably cast it. Because you can reach me, right? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah. She'll stop right here a little bit closer. She won't go all the way. She's just trying to get as far as she can, so... Alright, that's me.
All right. Now, at this point, Booker, you are... And Booker said he was going to be right back. Booker, are you here right now? If you're not here, I'm going to do something different real quick. Okay, he's not back. That's okay. We're going to go to this. So down here... let me see, actually. Yeah, we're going to go to this. Kerrigan stands up. And then she turns. She sees Faylene running. She kind of looks. She looks over at the doctor. And then she kind of glances over here and she sees a little white head, a dragon head poke out of a rope trick hole. And she's going to make a decision about something. She's actually going to take a step forward and she's going to unsling her bolo and hurl it at the doctor. She hits him, actually. The bolo wraps around his arms. For a moment, she traps him. And then she draws her knife. And then she runs up to him with her knife. That is the end of her turn. She says something to him, but outside of game, nobody can... in game, nobody can
Oh, no.
far away. Now, meanwhile, the but it looks like she's trying to distract him from the dragon. Then, Booker, are you back? Okay, you're back. Booker, up here on the bridge, you see a figure step to the edge of the tower. We got to change the music here for a moment. You see a figure move to the edge of the tower, and you see flames engulf him, and then he disappears. And then flames erupt on the bridge, and he appears on the bridge. Now, you have not seen this guy before. There was one sighting of him in a cutscene, but it is this guy.
Right.
He's the guy who gave Vyra her crimson right, the dragon priest. So he appears on the bridge, and he just walks towards you with his staff, and he looks like a tiefling, actually, is what he looks like. He's got his tail flicking behind him, dark red skin, big tattoo of a flame in the center of his forehead, his eyes wild and ablaze with fire. He looks very old. He even has kind of a white beard. And he would say to you in common,
"You do not know the enemy that you fight. I would recommend, Orc, that you bend the knee and take the baptism of the true God. We serve the Crimson Flame, and you will not escape it. One way or another, your soul shall feel its heat."
Booker is going to smile. Well, where I come from, well, let's just say I'm not exactly the religious type. And I'm not, and it's not the first time I've had to deal with an otherworldly being. Do your worst.
That's unfortunate for you.
and then he holds up his staff, and you see this red lightning arc from his staff towards you. It actually hits this guard first, and this guard screams and goes flying over the side of the thing, falls to the ground. You see as he's falling, you see his rib cage splay open and his innards just fly out of him from the force of the electricity. But this electricity comes at you, and you must make a dexterity saving throw. It is a 9 to beat it.
All right.
But you see this just like lightning come towards you, and it looks very destructive, very bad.
A 9.
news. Let's make a 9 dexterity save.
Well, that's
Now-
so good.
Go ahead.
No, yeah, go ahead. I was thinking out loud.
Okay, good. No, now Hector, you had mentioned if you could see Luminode, but for a moment you lost him in the flames. But then you hear the strange rolling sound, and you see the small spherical metal ball go rolling across the bridge. It kind of rolls down the burning building that was rolling across the bridge, and you realize Luminode somehow has kind of wrapped his arms and legs around and is rolling like a ball across the thing over to Booker. But he has this much movement.
I got an 8. God damn it.
You did get it. Did I say? Okay, you got an 8. Do you have a heroic inspiration at all?
I
think everyone got one last session. Did you not?
Oh, well, then I had forgotten to write it down. So in that case, I'm gonna use it.
Yes. Okay. I'm just saying, if you everyone would have gotten one last session unless they used it, and you could use it. I'm just mentioning that you could if you would like.
Yeah, well, I am, and I'm pretty sure I hadn't used it, and yeah, I got a 16.
Okay, now you have to choose a 5-foot square to like basically dodge 2 to avoid this attack. So go ahead and choose your 5-foot square. Preferably not the one directly in front of you. You'd want to dodge to the side or backwards.
Maybe I jump up.
Yeah, you want to jump up onto the railing?
I mean, I was thinking jumping over the lightning bolts.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, you want to jump over if you want to do that, then here's what we're going to say. You could jump over the lightning bolts and move forward, but it would require an acrobatics or athletics check. And here's the kicker. You just have to at least make a 9, or you run the risk of the bolt hitting you anyway.
I am going to use athletics because I have a +7 in that.
Very good, very good. You would basically have to fumble to miss this one.
I got a 9.
You got it. You jump right over it. The lightning flies underneath you, hits the railing. You see the railing would like explode and splinter everywhere, leaving a big gap in the railing there, and it kind of starts on fire. And now you would have jumped, I guess you can choose a space forward that you would have jumped to, 1 5-foot space forward.
Yeah, sure.
All right, very good. And so he kind of looks surprised, and he's like,
Formidable. It won't save you in the end, mortal.
Anyway, that's his turn. Now we go down here. There's a shriek, and suddenly, flying out of the hole comes the wormling. Oh, I already have a token. I gotta decide what she's getting. She savagely attacks Dr. Belkin. And I'm going to roll for the attack here. She flies at him, and now he is tied by this bolo, so he has reduced dexterity right now. However, unfortunately, almost seemingly like partly luck, partly maybe a bad attack roll, wink wink, from the dragon, he is able to kind of duck forward and kind of slam into Kerrigan, and the dragon flies right over him and slams into this like wood structure over here. When he does this, Kerrigan's knife sinks into his neck, dealing some damage, and blood starts to run down his neck. But anyway, that's what happens on the dragon's turn. She roars. All of you hear this roar go across the battlefield. Then it is Eos. You guys hear Eos over here fighting with guards, but unfortunately you are not privy to what's going on. None of you have a visual of that over there, except for Booker doesn't quite have a visual either. Then we're going to go, let's see. The only other person who hasn't taken their turn is Luna. Luna drags herself with her broken wing into this stables. And this commander happens to come running around the corner, and she kind of looks up at him and sees him. And then he like says, "Halt!" And that's where their turn ends. We go back up to Dr. Belkin's turn. Dr. Belkin tries to get rid of the bolo. He is able to break free from it. And when he does, quick as a whip, he draws his third wand. He draws his third wand. He reaches up to Kerrigan, grasping her by the back of the head. And then there's a small, like, it sounds kind of like a laser sound, and a beam of light comes out her back. He has thrust her wand into her midsection. See this little beam come out of her back. And then he would whisper something to her, which you guys don't hear because you're not close by. And then she slumps down onto her knees and falls down. And then he turns toward the dragon. He whips that wand back into his holster, and then he actually holds up his hands as if he's going to cast a spell without a wand, but that is the end of his turn. Now we go to Phelan. This dragon is in this corner, growling at him, just savagely growling. You see Kerrigan roll onto her back, her hands over her midsection. Seems to be a very small hole through her body, but it seems to have immobilized her. Phelan, roll a medicine check. You have a visual on this.
I do? Okay.
Because you can barely see. Are you in the rope trick or not? If you're in the rope trick,
No.
you wouldn't have a visual. Okay.
No, I haven't cast it yet.
Yeah. Okay, then roll a medicine check to see if you can detect what happened.
A 6.
A 6? You're not sure. He must have just did a bunch of damage, I guess. That's anyway.
Faline can see.
Faline has barely a visual on Kerrigan and the doctor because she can see kind of like this roof of the stables is kind of an overhang, so she has a little bit of a visual.
Faline, I mean, she got hit by one of those things, so she would be like, she would yell Kerrigan, like, scream Kerrigan's name. And I know he's got 3 wands, right?
Yes, 3
Yeah.
wands.
So Valanthi would hear that.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. That's going to change Valanthi's mentality.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, if I have a visual on him, I am going to cast... and this is like, it's very much, at this point, sort of angrily. There's no real good thought process behind the eyes besides sort of this protective instinct, and she just sort of lights up as she casts Chaos Bolt.
Casting it at the doctor?
Yeah, at the doctor.
Gotcha.
Will a 14 hit?
Yes, actually, so here's the thing. The doctor's back is turned to Faline, and he is so engrossed in his... well, actually, I should take that back. A 14 actually wouldn't hit him, but I'm going to give you advantage on the roll because he's so engrossed that he's literally ignoring you, and so you're going to get advantage.
The thing. I already had advantage on the roll because I have my innate sorcery going, and both of them were a 14.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I'm going to give you a third advantage.
You're so nice.
Because the truth is that he is very, very distracted.
Okay, it's a 22.
That would hit. What does it look like, Chaos Bolt?
It looks like... I rolled an 8 and a 6. That is thunder or poison. Okay. It looks like just like this crazy arc of like purple energy that sort of zigzags like lightning towards him, like bouncing off the ground in these very, very like geometric shapes. And then... Sorry, I've never cast this spell before, but I've always wanted to. And that does... Okay.
You guys hear Eos over here just beating these soldiers, but also you hear these whinnies of pain as he's getting slashed by swords. Eos seems to be thrown down with these guards over here.
That is going to do, I believe, 10 points of thunder damage.
Wham! It hits him. Ugh! It like hits him in the back, and he kind of glances backwards at you, distracted.
Leave her alone!
He's gonna just kind of shout, "Amateur!" Anyway.
And then, yeah, Faline will kind of... She wants to come up here so she can still see, but still have some amount of cover.
Very good, very good. This soldier is... Oh, he's dead. Yeah, he's dead. He's the one Faline, or Valenthi killed. All right, is that the end of Faline's turn?
That's the end of her turn.
So as you come up to the, that corner, I mean, your arm would be throbbing. The arm that got shot off, and you look down and it's scorched off. Your legs would be shaking. I need you to make me another Constitution save. Has to be a 9 or better to avoid succumbing to the intense pain of the arm.
14.
Yes, you're able to remain standing, but you realize your heart is just beating out of control and your legs are shaking, and you are afraid that you might be on borrowed time. Your adrenaline, how long will it sustain you with such a terrible injury. Anyway, those are just some thoughts that go through Valenti's mind. Or I'm sorry, Phaeline's mind. Keep getting things mixed up.
No, it's all good.
All right. Next, we're going to go to this little scene with Hector. This Captain Miles comes running up, attacking Luna's form. Luna is a dragon right now. She roars and she kind of retreats, her broken arm sliding across the ground as she snaps at him and snarls. He comes in swinging. You know, he's like twice her size, but she is a dragon. But you can also tell she looks a little bit kind of like she doesn't know what she's doing in that body. And then there's and then the door just crashes open and Lotto comes through, charging at the commander. Lotto actually grabs the commander, picks him up, throws him on the ground, and then starts stomping on him, like with his feet, trying to get him in the head. And the commander's like dodging him. And then Lotto kind of shouts, "Luna, run!" Anyway, that's what's going on up there. It is now going to be Hector's turn. I think we have a bit of an... I think yours, William, is echoing just a little bit. Anyway, Hector, it is your turn.
Yep.
Vira's standing right there, and she's like, "Haven't gotten any quicker, I see."
Said I had to get quicker. I just had to be smarter. And with that, he pulls out the Skidir gave him a little emblem or something.
Yes.
That allows him to cast a spell 2 levels higher.
Yes.
Yep. And so he's using that, and he's using it to cast the 5th level spell Contagion on Vira. The target must succeed on a con save of, I'm guessing it's 15. I was just trying to look it up.
It is, but since you're casting this higher because of Skidir's gift, it should be 2 added to that, so it'll be a 17 if it's normally a 15.
Yep.
All right.
So on a fail, they will take 11 D8 necrotic damage.
Ooh, okay. Oh, she did not make the Constitution save. She rolled a 15.
Excellent. So 11 D8s.
So describe what it looks like when Hector delivers the spell, and then what it would do to her body, because it's contagion, right? It's like probably breaking her out in I don't know if she's breaking out into boils or, whatever is happening.
Yeah. I'm just quickly reading through, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. As you touch her, she's going to be like, What did you do to me? What did you... Ugh. She starts to gag.
So
she starts to hold her stomach.
I just realized it's a poisoned effect.
Mm-hmm.
Does that affect Vira?
Oh yeah, no, she'd be poisoned for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So as Hector raises his arm forward and touches her, you can see the shadows flowing from him across her face, across her shoulders, and as they go across her body, it looks like little pustules and boils and other pimply type gross things pop out of her skin all over. And then the shadows disappear and she's a pus-riddled mess. And takes... I hope this comes up on screen. Oh no, that was pretty boring. 52 points of necrotic damage.
So whenever this starts to take hold, she's going to be like, "What did you do to me?" And then she starts touching her face, and her face is already burnt on one side. It's scarred over from where Soul hit her with a spell before now. But now there's these boils popping. She's like, "What did you do to me?" She starts screaming and clutching at her skin. You see her kind of tear her cloak down, and you see these big things welting like on her shoulders and chest, and she just like takes a step back and she starts retching and gagging. She like sinks down to her knees and she starts just choking. You see this blood coming out of her mouth as she's choking and throwing up, and she's very much seemingly incapacitated. Does this spell give her any conditions? It gives her the poisoned condition, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so it's quite interesting. So they have wild poison. The target has disadvantage on saving throws made with the chosen ability.
Gotcha. Okay.
And the target must repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns until it gets 3 successes or 3 failures. If the target succeeds on 3 of these saves, the spell ends. If the target fails the 3 saves, the spell will last for 7 days.
Okay, very good. Okay, do you have any other actions or movements you'd like to take?
I was just quickly reading that, and actually I think I'll just arrogantly mount Blinky.
Yeah. Okay. So you get up on Acleos. Acleos would rear back, and as this is happening, you see above you the aurora getting stronger, and you see that the clouds are beginning to move in a circular motion. But it's not like a tornado. There are some winds, but it's not like that. It's not like a blizzard strength wind. You see this yellow and now purple and green lightning in the clouds, and you see these little what look like cracks in the air opening up with bright light kind of shining through for a minute, then they close, but they're happening more and more. It seems something above you seems to be building up. But you would notice this now, especially because you were mounting your horse.
This feels right. The sky is falling. Death is mounting. It's not my dreams.
Vira would look up at you as there's blood kind of running out of her sickly, pale yellow eyes now, and she would say, "It is gonna fall right on top of you." But anyway, so she's talking smack. It is now. Let's see here. It's Hector's turn. It is now going to actually be Vira's turn. Vira, in what seems to be now, she has to make a save at the beginning or end of her turn.
Sorry. The target must repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns.
So she's like sinking down to the ground. She is not looking very good, but she raises her hand and she casts a spell at you. And what it is like this red bolt of energy, and it looks very similar to the bolt that you saw shoot Luna out of the sky. And it shoots at you, sort of like looks a bit like Scorching Ray, but bigger and stronger. Not near as big as Dr. Balkan's, but you can kind of see a resemblance in the style. She fires it at you, and you must make a dexterity saving throw of 8 to avoid the blast.
Whilst mounted?
Yes, and here's the thing. You could actually, instead of making a dexterity saving throw, you could actually make a handle animal check if you think that would be better.
Well, considering Hector has 1 leg and a dexterity score of 8, he's going animal handling.
Okay, very good, very good.
And that's a dirty 20.
Oh, yes. So you are able to maneuver Acleos in such a way that the bolt misses. And then you would see her sink to the ground in like weakness. And then Hector has a feeling. Something settles in the pit of his stomach like a dark sphere of ice. He realizes something is telling him it's her time. It is Vira's time today. He just has this realization. And then we're going to move to Valenti's turn.
Okay. Upon hearing Kerrigan's name screamed, she's going to rush back to about here for her full movement. Because now she's thinking about Kerrigan. Can she see Kerrigan?
Yes, she sees her on the ground. Roll me a quick medicine check.
Let's see here. Medicine is going to be... Oh, God, 8.
So she sees Kerrigan lying on her back, but she sees that Kerrigan's legs are splayed out in a somewhat unnatural manner. And Kerrigan's left arm is just on the ground and her right arm is over her midsection. And there's something about the way she's laying that Valenthe really doesn't like, but she can't put her finger on it. Anyway, go ahead, continue.
She's gonna scream her name, Kerrigan, and then she's gonna just drop the disguise. She doesn't care. Let's see here. And then she's gonna pull 3 arrows and enchant them for magical, and she's gonna unload.
She's shooting at the doctor.
Yeah. She's gonna cast Mushroom Ballista on all 3 of them. And then she's also gonna use her god power to embolden one of the attacks.
So, Faylene, you see, Valenthe come around the corner, just like shooting arrows. Do they look infused with magic, would you say, William?
I would say it would do like a, let me see, toadstool magic. Go plump green. So yeah, it would be like a green aura of magic swirling around them. As Valenthe grits her teeth. And she has casted a bonus action now. She's not going to do... Let me see, which one would be better? No, she needs this to hit. She's going to do, instead of Hunter's Mark, she's going to go ahead and do Zephyr Strike. So that would give her an advantage on at least one of the attacks with another D8 damage.
Nice.
First, let's see here. She will go ahead. So now they will be considered magical. Let's see how this works. Actually, is this back still turned or not?
Yes. No, it is. Yeah, it is still
Okay,
turned.
so she gets advantage on them there. Especially because I guess if it's turned, so is that correct or not?
I would say yes, especially in this case, because he is highly focused on the dragon. Like, so much so that he's completely dropped his guard behind him.
So first attack. And roll. So 24.
That will hit.
And she screams her name still. And she's going to be probably moving toward him, but we'll do the attacks first.
So an arrow hits, and he's like, ugh! He kind of glances backwards.
So that's 11 plus psychic damage will be another 7 plus the shroom damage will be another 2 plus the, let me see if that's correct. I'm not using the advantage on this one yet, but let me see where that, if I have to use it.
Valenthe, while Booker, while Valenthe is attacking and rolling damage and stuff, you can also go ahead and take your turn if you would like. We can kind of overlap these turns if you would like a bit, because it might take Valenthe a minute to do this math. It sounds like it's going to be a lot of math. Would you say, Valenthe, that's probably true?
Yeah. Let's
Okay.
see. So that's yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I got it. 26 damage on the first hit.
Nice.
Okay. Well, while you're figuring that out, Booker is going to jump. And he's going to align right next to the priest. And while falling, he's going to cast. Wait, hold up. He's going to cast Fog Cloud at the second level. Right where they are.
Nice.
And
Alright.
so while he's falling, he's going to cast it and say, you know, my career requires some degree of professionalism, but I admit I've always wanted to deal with, how you call it, a person with delusions of grandeur.
This tiefling grunts at you and turns the staff towards you as if to try to attack you. I mean, it's not his turn. It's just, but what else is Booker going to do?
Okay, so he still has a few feet of movement, so he's going to take a step back, and he's just going to play with him a little. He's going to walk a bit around him to annoy him, since, well, I kind of attacked. Oh wait, actually, I'm going to walk this way around him, and I'm going to action surge.
Oh, nice. Now, while you're doing that, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to go back to Valenti for a second. Valenti.
Sorry, I'm doing my godly empowered one here.
Oh, okay.
The other one so far, it's been 25 points of damage plus 7 points of damage, and then this one will be with the extra 15 damage if I hit. So this one.
Wow.
It's 31 to hit.
31 will hit, absolutely.
Holy shit.
And that one I'm going to use the full power, so that's also an extra D8. So let me roll that damage up.
So Valenti's going all out on these attacks. Isn't she? She's going
Yes, she's pissed.
I mean, makes much sense.
Let me write this down. Y'all can go ahead. I'm doing the math.
Booker, continue.
Okay,
with your action
so
surge.
I'm gonna action surge. Let me. Well, I'll write it down later. And I'm going to. And Booker is going to attack him with his battle axe.
Nice. His magic infused one, right?
Yeah, he the one that's bonded to him. So okay, it should be good. God damn it! I rolled a nat 1.
So that's a fumble, and this is a very pivotal moment. So unfortunately, Booker was kind of dancing around this guy, playing with him in the fog, and then he came in with the axe. But unfortunately, he slips, and this guy gets a reaction. He's like, "Pride cometh before the fall," and then there's this bright red lightning just pierces the fog. Booker must make a dexterity save of 9 to avoid this reactive lightning blast.
Oh, come on. It's a 60% chance. Oh, thank God. Rolled a 16.
Oh, yes. So he shoots. Booker is able to dodge to the side. This guy right here, the soldier who is behind Booker, gets hit with the lightning. You see him fly backward, and once again, it's his rib cage just like blasts open, and like all of his innards fly out. It's almost like this lightning blast does that, like literally, like it blasts the rib cage open. But he goes flying backwards, slams into the wall, and then falls on his face dead on the bridge.
Booker is going to taunt him and say, "You know, so far, you have killed more of your own men than I. Almost as you were working on my team."
Then you hear this rolling sound, and then Luminode unrolls himself he has a short sword, and he tries to hit the guy in the leg. Oh, he hits him.
That's good.
You kind of slashes. You see the guy kind of like he takes some like damage in the leg. But anyway, Luminode's there now. All right, Valenti, we're returning to you.
All right. So it's all 3 hits. He has to roll a dexterity save for all 3 of them, but each one that hits would push him back. You see a number of feet equal to the damage. So the first one would be 6 feet, and then it would be.
Does a 19 save?
Yes.
Or he saves against the first one.
Second one.
16 for the second one. Does that
and
save?
then the third one.
Oh, he definitely fails the third one. But
Okay, so the third one was the. Sorry, trying to find it. I think that one was the 6 feet. So he gets pushed back 6 feet.
He gets
and then,
pushed back, or actually pushed toward the dragon.
And altogether was 67 points of damage, all magical.
Okay, gotcha. Nice. Okay.
And still up, Valenti is going to just keep going forward. So that, like, she went to there, so she has.
Well, that third hit that pushes him 6 feet forward, something would happen. He would get pushed forward, and he would kind of stumble, and you'd see a flicker of like energy, as if he was trying to cast a spell, but it failed. And then he falls. Oh, this isn't the right kind. He falls into the dragon, and the minute he kind of tips toward her, too far. He tips just over center balance. You see her claws and her mouth come up. You see the claws come around his back, and her claws go up around his neck, the side of his neck and his shoulder, and then she just like pulls him onto the ground, and you hear these muffled screams as she gets on top of him. Now, with that being said, Valenti, if you still have things to do, go ahead. I'm just saying that happens when you push him back that far.
Yeah, she moves her full movement all the way up to him.
Okay.
Let me see here.
See him looking up. His glasses are kind of broken. He has a shattered glass thing. You see blood pouring out of his neck at an alarming rate. Just like it looks like buckets of blood from not only from your arrows hitting him, but now he got a bite from this dragon, and you can see that he is not long for this world.
Valanci's pissed off. She's going to drop her bow and just get her scimitar ready for the next. And says, "I'm going to kill you."
And then he's just like, he seems to be trying to talk, but with the dragon's jaws clamped around his throat, he cannot get a word out. And he's kicking his legs frantically, but alas, he cannot get free. He's taken too much damage, and the dragon has too much of a hold on him. Now, does Valenti have any other actions or things?
No, that was everything. She did her entire full thing with some of those, except for their movement.
All right. Booker, do you have any more actions or bonus actions or movement? you'd like to make. I think you might be muted. I think you might be muted.
You're still muted.
Oh, yeah. I think you're muted, Booker.
Yep.
There.
Sorry. Thank you. Okay, I think I still have a bonus action left.
Go for it.
You're
You're going to make the most of it because it's the Dragon Priest's turn next. It's his turn next.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna second wind.
Nice.
Okay, I'll roll that in a bit, and just on his turn, he's going to circle around him a little, and he's moving as if the fog wasn't even the smallest of inconvenience for him.
Is it like an ability he has to
He
be
has
able to?
blind fighting.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so the fog is, yeah. So this guy's kind of looking around, maybe like having a hard time seeing, but Booker is just stalking him in the fog.
So he's going to position himself over here, and okay, I'm gonna flavor his second wind as like a small magical effect, like he's willing his body to heal his wounds,
Okay.
like almost in a non-natural manner.
He's pulling a Wolverine, kind of.
Kind of.
I got you. I like it. All right. Any other movements or actions, or is that it?
That's it.
All right. The next person is the Dragon Priest. He's having trouble seeing in the fog, but he's going to be like,
I grow tired of these games. It's time for you to meet your death.
and this time he swings his staff, and he tries to hit you with it. Now you're in the fog. He's going to run with disadvantage because of this. So he would miss for sure. I assume an 8 would not hit Booker.
No, it would not.
So he swings. Booker is just able to dodge it or block it or whatever he wants to do. And then as a bonus action, he's going to try to smack with the other half of his staff, like the non-glowing part. He's going to miss for sure. He misses with that too. He also swings at and misses. And that's going to be the end of his turn. Now we move to Kerrigan's turn, but Kerrigan is down. But I think we'll roll for her. Okay. Now we go to... Okay, this is going on over here. Make a couple rolls. You guys hear a commotion as Eos fights these soldiers. You're not quite sure what is going on over there, but it sounds like a real knockdown, drag out. And then it is going to be Phaeline's turn.
Not Dr. Franz's turn?
No, I guess he does. He does at the top of initiative. No, you're right. I didn't scroll up my initiative order. He doesn't have much he can do, but he is going to try one more thing. I'm going to roll for him. He's going to roll to try to draw a wand. He's able to do it. His shaky hand, blood covering it, he draws one of his wands, and he's going to point it up at Valenthe. Now, here's the thing. He's going to launch one of those the wand he shot at Phaeline that was the electricity. Valenthe, he's going to fire it upwards at you, but he is on his back. He can't aim very well. You're going to get advantage on a dex saving throw. You have to make at least a 9 to avoid getting hit by it.
And that's the dex save. Okay, cool.
Yeah, dex save. And you get advantage because he can barely see or breathe.
Oh, Okay, there we go. I got a nat 20
Oh,
and a
yeah.
nat
Okay.
1.
Oh, well, good thing for advantage. Here's the thing, though. Because you made a nat 20, I'm going to let you perform an action before he fires the wand. What would you like to do?
I will attack with my scimitar.
Roll to hit. Where are you going to try to hit him? Like, what part of his body?
Is he prone or is he?
Yeah, he's on his back.
Oh, excellent. So I would get advantage on that one too. So, all right. So I will try
I think
directly.
get your attention.
Telepathic signals.
I will stab pretty much just slicing the scimitar right into his back, breaking bone and shoving it all the way into where I think the heart would be.
Oh yeah, so you shove it in there. He's
so pissed
gasps.
off. Do you want me to roll or?
No, you don't have to roll. He is so helped. It's basically a coup de grace at this point. The wand just tumbles from his hands. You see his face snarl into one last insult, but unfortunately, it cannot escape his throat. And then Dr. Franz Belkin stops breathing.
Cool.
His twisted, grizzled, hate-covered face just twists into a lifeless snarl.
Excellent.
And he lays motionless.
Yeah, she will do that, and then she will slice it up to rip more into it. It goes before Kerrigan does, so okay.
Yeah.
So she's gonna do that, and upon doing that, she will immediately turn to Kerrigan. But on her action, she'll go over there.
Yeah. Okay. So now so we'll wait for her turn to do the rest. It is now Phaleen's turn.
Phaleen is getting tired, and she's probably partially resting on her staff. But she'll look to one side and see Dr. Franz dying there. She'll look to the other, seeing Hector and Vyra, and then just sort of under her breath, leaning, she'll close her eyes and just be like, "May you all burn in hell." And she will send 4 scorching rays that kind of swirl around her body towards Vyra.
Yes. Roll to hit.
Okay, first one is an 8.
Actually, you know what? You don't even have to roll on these because Vyra is in this is basically a coup de grace for Vyra.
Okay.
So just describe, are they going to hit her fast or slowly, one at a time? Or are they going bam, 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 bam?
They'll hit slowly. She's she's not even looking. She's just got her eyes closed and is just sending them boom, boom. They're just coming out at sort of a steady rhythmic pace from her body.
So Hector, you would see suddenly a ray hit Vyra, and she would it would hit her in the side, and she would kind of fall down to her side. She would kind of look over, and then another one would hit her, and she would slide back a little bit, and then you see one hit the side of her head, and then you see blood just start to run down, and then she looks up at you, Hector, and she would through her yellowing eyes and blood running down her eyes, she would say, "I will end you." And then the final one hits her in the side of the head, and you see it go all the way through the head. Her brain's coming out the other side as she just collapses onto the ground in front of you. And then Hector would get the sense of her spirit leaving her body.
Oh, not yet.
Oh, not yet? Okay, not yet. Hold that one. Okay. Phaleen, you see this as well. Or you sense that this happened.
Phaleen will, turn away, and she'll just kind of walk forward. How do these guards look up on the ramparts? Are they scared? Are they running?
If you look up there, you see that you do not see them. They are gone.
Okay. Phaleen will go forward. She can get to about there. And she'll look at wormling and just be like, "Go, get out of here. You're free."
The wormling would kind of release Dr. Franz Belkin. You see the blood running down her mouth, which stands out stark contrast to her white scales. And then she just kind of like looks at you, and then her head kind of goes low to the ground, almost like a curious cat. But it's not her turn.
And that's oh, can I do anything with my bonus action? You know what?
We're almost out of combat, but there's still
Yeah.
one more significant enemy on the battlefield. Booker is still engaged in combat.
Booker. Probably not much she can do to help Booker, but she will, for fun, use control flames to just like keep spreading the fire on the building in front of her.
Oh, she's gonna make it spread.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this a draconic sorcerer thing?
It is not. It is just control flames.
Oh, it's a spell. Okay.
Yeah, it's a cantrip.
Gotcha. So the fire starts to go up inside the building. I mean, you guys don't see this necessarily, but inside the building, you see that Luna has basically a hold of the commander's leg, and Lotto comes down with a big fist slam and explodes his head like a melon. And then you see him walk over and kind of pick up Luna, and she's like then she transforms back into human form or her normal form, and you see her leg or her arm is just like hanging, dangling, like with a compound fracture. And he goes running outside with her, and he kind of starts shouting, "Hector! Hector!" Anyway, that's his turn. Meanwhile, Faylene, did you have any other actions or movements?
No.
All right, we go to Hector next.
So Hector, seeing Hector having received his orders, sits up in his on the horse, looks down at Vira. He's about to say something, and all of a sudden gets hit by all these scorching rays, and he goes, "Oh, guess I don't need to say anything to her." He dismounts. He pulls a Skidier's bowl out of his pocket, and he scrapes blood and pus from Vira into the bowl, places it on the ground next to her, and says, "I told you, Skidier, I didn't need your help, but I will keep your horse." And he jumps back up on Blinky and goes as far as Blinky can go that way.
Ah. Is he leaving the bowl by Vira?
Yep.
Very good,
Yep.
very good.
And when
As he
gets
rides
up
away,
here,
a bit of a shadow passes over the bowl. Anyway, continue.
yeah, can he see in the fog here?
So he sees the fog for sure, but if he can, whether or not he can see in it, fog usually gives you like it obscures vision 10 feet usually. Like, so if you're more than 10 feet away, you wouldn't be able to penetrate the fog with your vision unless you have some ability that allows you to do so, basically.
No, I just wanted a target to hit him with a guiding bolt.
You could still try to shoot him. You would just have a disadvantage because he's in the fog.
Okay. So
That's how I'd
Yep,
roll it.
that's- yeah, so he'll try that. He'll try and
Go
hit him
for it.
with a guiding bolt. He'll use his sort of a bit of hearing, so to speak.
Yeah, you
knowing
hear
that-
them talking up there. They're like, "Ugh."
Yeah, and he knows roughly where Luminate is because he would, make those mechanical sounds.
Yeah. He hears all three of them
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, so he's going to aim towards that way, or away from. Wait a minute, hang on. I didn't need that one. I had the next move all lined up, and then Faylene blew it up. All right. So disadvantage. And what do I get for the actual thing? It's a +7.
You got to make an 18 to hit.
18. Oof. With disadvantage, 14.
Uh-oh.
Straight.
Booker, you kind of see this guiding bolt fly past the dragon priest, and unfortunately, it does not hit him. You see it coming from below.
Yeah, he's going to say, well, I'm assuming that wasn't for me.
Hector, do you have any other movements or actions you'd like to take?
I'm just checking my bonus action here. I've used my spell slot, so I can't. No, I'll just hold up there and be ready.
Very good. All right, it is now Valenthi's turn.
Valenthi runs to Kerrigan and will cast a Cure Wounds on her.
So Valenthi runs out and casts Cure Wounds on Kerrigan. Kerrigan's eyes suddenly flutter open, and then she kind of like looks over at
8 hit points.
Valenthi. What's that?
8 hit points.
Gotcha. Okay, no, that's good. You see the wound in her like basically it kind of hit her in the stomach, just above the belly button. But you would see that the wound closes up, but she still lays in kind of a strange way, kind of motionless. And then Kerrigan would look up, and she kind of looks very out of it, and she would say, Valenthi, I can't move my legs.
Why did you go back? I told you to follow.
She's like, the dragon needed my help.
Valenthi will look over at Faylene, see how she's doing.
Faylene's looking rough.
There's still people fighting. How you breathe well enough to stay here until I returned?
And then Kerrigan would say, I see a bright light, Valenthi.
Valenthi was like, kind of looked confused at her.
She's like looking up at Valenthi.
This, I can heal you more.
All around Valenthi, she starts to see the ground get brighter and brighter. And then Kerrigan's like, no, I mean, and then she kind of like weakly points up past Valenthi. She says, no, there's like actually a really bright light up there.
And Valenthi will look up. And it's like, oh.
There's this huge energy. I mean, it looks like these convergences you've seen, but it's just massive. And it's unlike any one you've seen yet. I mean, there's like this huge aurora above you, and then in the center of the sky, there's this just gigantic, like circle pattern in the clouds, and you see this like aurora swirling in the middle of it, and you see that there's this light starting to shine down, not in a very strong like bolt of light kind of way like you've seen in the past. It's a bit more subtle, but you just see it up there.
Would Hector recognize this as an exiting beam rather than an entrance beam?
It looks like it might be something kind of like that. Now, before we go too much further, Valenthi, it's your turn. Everyone else is actually out of combat except for Booker. I'd like to take just a second and give Booker his turn before we continue more things, because Booker is probably on the cusp of either winning or losing this fight, and that might determine what happens. This guy doesn't have very many hit points, but if he hits Booker once, Booker might be in a lot of trouble. So,
yes. Well, with that in mind, I'm gonna try to push him off the edge.
So, as that light is going on up there, Booker, this looks a little familiar to you. I would like you to roll me a quick Constitution saving throw to avoid being distracted by that bright light up there. And he is looking up, and he's actually getting a little distracted. I'm gonna roll for him. He is very distracted by the bright light.
Okay, let's see.
If you can avoid being distracted, you get advantage.
I got a 17.
Oh yeah, no, you're not distracted. So you get advantage on your roll. So are you gonna shove him off? How are you gonna do it? Like push him with your hands or with your shoulder or with your axe? Like ugh.
Actually, I'm going to tackle him. I'm going down with him. And I
Okay.
am landing on top of him if I can.
Roll to hit.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure this would be an unarmed strike. So
Yes.
let's see.
In the final throes of combat, you see Booker lunge himself at the
I got a
dragon.
25.
Oh yeah, no, that'll definitely hit.
And
Okay, so
well,
you hit
that
him.
will deal 5 damage.
Well, you hit him, and he goes backwards into the railing. Railing breaks, and the two of you go falling down to the ground. And when you fall and you land on him, I want you to roll to try to hit him, like either an acrobatics or an athletics check, whichever is better.
Of
And
course,
basically,
athletics.
see if you can basically land on him kind of like a follow-up attack.
Okay, let's see athletics. I got a 21.
Oh yeah, so you land on him and it's just like smash, and when you hit, he's like and he like spits out a bunch of blood. He's not dead though, he's just on the ground, and he is dazed, like kind of stunned. He's actually technically literally stunned. So Booker, you could take a follow-up action if you want. He is stunned and very vulnerable. You could finish him off, or you could try to take him prisoner if you were going to do that, or whatever you're going to try to do with him. But Booker lands on top of him, and you would be able to stand up, and he's just laying there like dazed for a minute from the force of the fall.
Oh no, Booker is all in. He's going to attack with his battle axe.
So this is another situation where you don't really need to roll to hit because he's in a very vulnerable and weakened position. And so are you just is he swinging over his head, and where are you hitting him?
Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm going for the neck.
You're going to take his head off.
Yes.
So you would swing, and with just crushing force,
Okay.
the head
Actually,
would...
I can't
Oh, go
describe it perfectly because I have a prop.
Oh, heck yeah. Do it.
I've been saving this.
Heck yeah.
So he's going to land, and during this whole time, he hasn't used his axe. This whole time it's been like on his back, and he's just going to extend his hand. The axe appears in a puff of ash, and he's going to swing it, split it, and
Oh,
throw it
nice.
down. So he's gonna like spin it and
Now,
like that.
when he splits the head off, this golden arc of energy would travel up his axe and onto his arm, and he feels a little sting on his chest. Just a little sting. Would you look at it?
yes.
If you would look at it, you would see there's a little mark on your chest. It looks like a little dragon's head with a flame in the middle. It seems that killing this priest has marked you somehow, magically.
He looks to the. Well, that shouldn't be an issue if I go back.
Speaking of that, as you say that, you look up and you see this light glow brighter, and basically you see that the focus of this beam of light, like this, it's lighting up this whole area, but most specifically the beam the heaviest, lightest beam seems to be focused inside the stables. And you guys standing outside the stables literally see this bright beam of light come down, and it does look like the beams that have been coming down and just beaming people in and beaming people out. But this one is not, flickering. This one is static. It's remaining. And Hector, looking up in the sky, you almost look like what seems like a large portal has opened, literally in the sky. So this light doesn't extend upwards forever. You see in the midst of the clouds this opening, this massive opening that this light is coming from. And inside, it's impossible to tell what it looks like because the light is so bright. Now, at this point, there is a question to be asked. What would you all like to do? There's this light in here, and there could be something to be said that if anyone's looking for their way home, you might be able to deduce that going closer to that light might prove to be a key. But the light is just shining into that area. Now, one thing that's going to happen is this little dragon is going to walk up to you, Faylene. And she's going to walk up to you and sniff at you. Sniff at your hand a little bit. The one that's still on your body. And she's going to kind of growl a little bit. And she's going to speak to you in Draconic.
Faylene just... She sort of just sinks to her knees and she holds out her hand and she sort of gives a little bit of a hysterical laughter. And she's just like, of course, I'd find you now and here. We prayed for you for generations. And you never came. And now I can't even understand you. And I'd say, how dare you? But I don't have much left to give, little one.
You see her big white eyes blinking, just looking at you in fascination. And then she smells you a little bit again.
Yeah, she just holds out her palm. She's utterly fascinated. She's crying, actually.
So this little dragon would rub up against her, kind of walk under her arm and rub against her, walk around her, rubbing her body against Faylene. And she would walk all around her once, and then kind of look back. Her neck would kind of curl back around, and her face would be right in Faylene's face. And then she would give this little kind of clicking, purring type sound.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly she would step away, and with a flap of wings and a whoosh, she takes off skyward, just like a streak of white. She just flies, and then poof, she's gone. She vanishes over the horizon.
Before she goes, if you'll let me. Also, does Faylene feel like she's gonna die any second, basically?
Faylene feels very bad, but roll a Constitution saving throw. You're not in combat anymore, though, so if you're sitting down and resting, actually that's not necessary. Only if you're exerting yourself.
No. I don't know. She, before the dragon leaves, if possible, she would say, I just want to see what it looks like once. From your point of view, if you'll let me. And she'll try to cast Control Animal just to see if she can see through the dragon's eyes as she takes off.
Oh. Actually, that's very interesting. She would say, is there a range on it?
60 feet.
Oh, gotcha.
My consciousness goes into the animal's body
Oh, gotcha. Do you literally control the animal's body, or like is it like a thing where you just inhabit it?
It would be my body goes unconscious, so I can control, but she doesn't. If we can flavor it, tweak it, I don't actually want to take control of the animal's body. I just want to see through her eyes.
If you were to flavor it that way, then she would let you do it.
Yeah,
for sure. Okay.
She doesn't want to actually take control at all. She just wants to see the mountains through a dragon's eyes.
So yes, as you cast the spell, you feel your consciousness go into this creature, and your body, you would feel kind of leaving your body behind, and then suddenly the rest of you would see. Now, unless Valenti, you're very close by, unless you would wish to say anything or do anything that would prevent the dragon or distract the dragon pursuits.
Yeah, Valenti is pretty much focused on Kerrigan currently, and then looking at the light.
Yeah. Okay, so then the dragon would take off, and Faylene, you would see through the dragon's eyes, you'd see quickly rising up into the sky, and then into the clouds, and then beyond the clouds, and then looking all, and you would feel the wind hitting you and the wings, and you would notice that the dragon has turned and is flying northeast, kind of toward Kerrigan's village, that area actually, like flying in that direction. And you would just feel the wind and the freedom, and you'd see the beautiful barren lands, these lands that are so savage when you're trying to trudge through the snow, but you realize that this creature seems to have the capability of ruling the barrens because she can just fly right above them. And you realize how like powerful, and you imagine, what if she was more than a wormling? What if she was an adult? What a formidable force. And then as she slips beyond your range, suddenly, well, actually, can you stay with her for a long time, or does it?
Stay with her for, I think, an hour.
Oh, nice. Okay, well then, no, you're flying along. Can you communicate with the creature while you're in there?
I suppose if I'm not in control, theoretically, I could.
I would say so.
Yeah, I can see through their eyes, hear what it hears, gain any special senses.
You would sense one special sense, a very deep set fear of the West. She does not want to fly west. Something in that direction terrifies her, so she's going east.
Interesting.
Even more than, Dr. Balkin or any of that stuff. Seems to be something scarier to the west that she's afraid of. Now, meanwhile, let's go to, well, I guess anyone who would like to go next? Who would like to go next as we wrap this up?
Hector would say to Lotto, enjoy your journey, my friend. That light will take you home.
You too. Come on.
No, I cannot leave yet. There's too much work here to be done. I need to know why these things happened in the first place. I'm going to travel west. I'm going to find that university. I'm going to get the answers. Plus, this world needs me.
He's gonna set Luna down because he's still carrying her, and then he's gonna reach up, come up to you, and like grab your hand with both hands and give you like a monstrous handshake. And then he would say,
"It's been a pleasure, friend. I hope that we're on the same world again sometime. Maybe not this one.
Maybe.
This one wasn't my favorite.
Don't come back here." And Hector would urge Blinky to ride outside there, and you just... I can't pick up my token for some reason.
Oh no.
What have I done?
Oh, hold on. Let me
What have I done there?
Something's happened.
There we are. What have I done? There. Okay, I think I fixed it. So, well, now if I just get the right tool.
Yeah, it's
And he'll wait there. So Blinky is facing sideways, parallel to the gate,
yeah.
and he's waiting there with the flamethrower in his arms, ready to burn this place completely to the ground.
Nice. Okay. Lotto is gonna wander into the thing, but nobody really sees what happens here at this point. Who would like to go next?
I think Booker is going to feel torn between following Lotto, but I think he's going to go and he wants to check up on Phelan and Balatha and Kerrigan since he hasn't seen them
As he's
since they
walking
went
around,
into the armory.
yeah. No, as he's walking around this way, he sees Eos limping on two legs, cuts, bruises all over his body. I mean, just bleeding everywhere. But 4 dead soldiers arrayed out around him.
He's gonna look over him and at the soldier says, "You are one. How do you call it? You're one stubborn horse, aren't you?"
It's gonna kind of just like give you a little like a nudge with its hand, but it's kind of a weak one. And then it's gonna follow you actually as you walk.
Yeah, he's going to lead him over to the rest of them.
All right. As Booker comes up, you see Phelan's body looks unconscious. And what does Valenthi do? I mean, what's Valenthi doing at this point?
Valenthi's just looking down at Kerrigan. I don't know what that is, but it might be some way back home for everybody.
Kerrigan's going to say, "Take me with you."
And she'll look at her and she says, I wasn't planning on going. I was planning to keep my promise.
Kerrigan's eyes go kind of wide. Really? You're not leaving?
No. I've seen some magic in my mind. I believe I sensed it before. I believe I'll have time to go home in the future once I keep my promise. I still have a plan to unite everything against the West. To unite you people. I did say I would bring justice to this land. That, and I did promise Tika I would go visit. And then I also made a promise to Pernir.
Kerrigan is going to look Valenthi in the eyes for a moment and then reach up kind of weakly and like take her cheek in her hand and lean up and kiss her passionately if Valenthi would allow her to.
Yeah, Valenthi would return the kiss. And
then once the kiss is done, she would say, "It is revolution then." And she kind of smiles, like a weak smile. She says, "But first you have to get my legs working again because I feel awful. I think he severed my spine."
I says, well, I'm sure we can fix that. I have a couple of favors. At least from Pernir.
she smiles and laughs.
And first of all, I think I should try to fix Phelan over here.
And she'll try to scoot over with her to Phelan on the ground. And she will heal Phelan as well.
So Phelan starts to heal a bit. Now, Phelan, at this point, I would like to do a little thing. What I would like is for you to come back to your body and be present. But then I want to skip after the scene to a thing that happens between you and the dragon as like a little memory. So does this sound agreeable?
Sounds good.
All right, cool. So Phelan would wake up when you heal her.
So that feels much better. Thank you.
And then Phelan smiles and looks over at the light. I think that light can take you back home. I'm going to stay. This land still needs my help before I can go home. And I think fate has brought me here for that. To reconnect me with maybe not my world, but at least with the idea of other people.
Hmm.
I can help you to the portal if you need it.
She looks at Booker. Are you staying or are you leaving?
Me? Well, as much as I wanted to research this strange disease that those two contracted, I do have another disease to take care of, a beastly scourge. However, if I have a hunch, and he looks where he got marked, perhaps I could find after I'm finished with that case. Perhaps I could find a way to come back and visit.
Shailene looks at Valenti and she says, "Well, I very much like to go home. I believe someone here said we need more knowledge in order to understand. I can't teach my people about worlds," for first time saying that, and dragons if I don't know more about them.
At the mention of that, Booker's gonna say, well, I can't guarantee that you would be able to go back to your home. You would have a lot to learn in mine. I could take you to where I studied, and, well, we do have the magic, or at least the technology that could replace your arm.
What if I hate it?
Well, it can be replaced.
Valenti at this will say,
I don't know, but I sense it. I do believe. No, I can guarantee that I can take us home, eventually. Maybe not now, but in the future. Something awakened with Tika. And then I saw memories, feelings. You probably know them better than I do. But I do believe that eventually, even you, I think, would know. I don't know how I do this, but I think we can go home in the future, after we've completed things here, or at least I have.
and she'll look over at Booker.
Do you have a personal item, perhaps? Maybe we can remember you, and maybe Feeling can eventually visit your world.
Well, if that's the case, well, I have not seen, and he's going to summon his axe to his hand again. I could give you this axe. This bond is not easily broken, and, well, I've tested the range of this, and perhaps you could use it to find your way to me with it. And he's going to hand you his axe.
Ah, thank you. I've known you for a short time, but I can tell that you are a great character.
Kerrigan would reach up also, like a weak hand reaching up to Booker, as if to take his hand.
He's gonna take it, yes. He's gonna take it, yes.
It was good to... And she's gonna say this in Orc. It was good to speak with you. Thank you for your help.
You too. Now, I would extend the same invitation to you that I extended to Phelan, but I know your place is with Valenti.
She would nod.
And
Phil. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, Valenti will look around and says,
where's Luna, Hector, and Lotto?
Lotto, I think he's going to. He's gone back home. Luna is on the other side of the fort, on the entrance. She's hurt, but she will be all right.
Valenti will try to use Eos to see if he's strong enough to try to get Kerrigan on top of him.
Eos would walk over and he'd look at Valenti with this look of like, seriously? like, you know, see, I'm hurt too. And then he would like help get her up there. And then he would just like look back at Valenti with this look like this passive aggressive look. Like, when am I going to get to rest? And then it carries.
Yeah.
Valenti will like,
I'm sorry. I'm a lot of spells. I will do my best to
Like,
Hmm.
he looks
you
away
up
from you,
next.
starts to carry her,
Yeah, Booker.
limping on two legs.
Oh, poor thing. Booker is going to tell Valenti, if I do find a way back here, I might be able to bring something that could fix her back if you do not fix it first.
she'll smile.
Be greatly appreciated. But I will for certainly try to heal her as quickly as possible. I'm going to meet her soon.
And she'll smile, look at Faylene, nod at Faylene, and then start going to go look for Luna and Hector. Because she saw Luna fall. Though she can't really do anything now, but start moving forward to the front of the fort here.
If you start to move to the front of the fort, Faylene, are you going that way too? And Booker?
Faylene will go with them. She'll also shake Booker's hand and just be like, thank you for the offer. But I should stay. I need to go northeast. And I mean, the group they're terrible at camping. What would they even do without me?
Yeah, of course. Well, in that case, let me extend you a bit of a parting courtesy. And he's going to offer you to at least carry you towards the entrance, towards where Luna is.
Faylene will accept. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Now, as you guys,
Yeah, he's going
would
to also lead
see-
the horse too.
you guys would see Luminode walk over to Dr. Belkin's body and kind of poke the head a little bit. And then he kind of looks at him for a minute, and then he just follows you guys. Now, as you guys come up around here to where Luna is, you see that Lotto's standing right at the edge of this light. And Luna's standing back, but you see her first. You see she's holding her broken arm, and her wind is kind of like blowing or her hair is kind of blowing in the wind. There's like wind coming out of the interior of that stable where you see the bright light, and it looks so bright that you can barely see into it. And then,
Valenti would.
asked me a thing. I don't think you did.
Can we?
I don't think you found any sending stones. And then, but you see her looking into it, and she just like is looking wide-eyed. And as she looks into it, you see that her eyes just glow with like this golden light, very, very different. Like her eyes are literally a different color when she's looking into that light. And then Lotto just kind of looks back, and he's like, "I'm waiting for whoever's going. Don't really want to walk in by myself."
Don't worry. I'm coming. Go ahead.
Oh no. Valenti says,
Luna, do you need help? I'm gonna go in there.
She's like,
and then she'll say,
And I'm sorry. That plan didn't go as I had foreseen. I'm sorry that you got hurt.
"Oh," she kind of grins. "It was wild to be a dragon. I can't say I really want to do it again, though. It wasn't very easy." And then she's going to look over at Faylene, And she says, Faylene, are you staying or are you leaving?
I'm staying.
She opens her eyes wide. And then she kind of runs over to you and tries to give you a big hug.
Faylene will hug her back.
She's like, can I stay? If I stay, will you let me stay with you? Like, can I travel with you?
Yes. That's why I'm staying, silly. Somebody's got to look after you.
She kind of smiles big, and then she's like, all right, good. And then she looks a little bit relaxed. And maybe for the first time ever, you guys see Luna actually... You think she looks maybe more relaxed than she has ever looked. Like, you see almost a look of maybe confidence on her face. Like, you know, maybe completely absent of the fear of not belonging. And she just kind of, despite having her broken arm, she just kind of walks along following you guys.
Valenti will walk up to Lotto.
Valenti, as you walk up to that bright light, you see that there seems to be someone standing in it.
Huh.
But you can barely make them out. You see a humanoid form standing in the light, but it's just standing there with its arms folded.
And she'll like call out to it before Lotto.
She says, "Who are you?"
You get no answer, and it's almost like a thing where you think maybe sound doesn't penetrate that wall of light, maybe.
Valenti will like look over. She feels sorrow because of her animals back home, and she looks back. She has a tinge of guilt, wishing that she could have probably saved her animals, and wishing that she knew what her animals, especially her friend, the blind doe, who usually waited at her by the gate.
She says, "At this rate, it's many days that have passed. I don't know if anybody has survived."
She's kind of talking. I don't know if Lotto's going to think she's crazy, but she's going to say,
If Morthil, if you can hear me on the other side of the world, please message them if they have gone to the other side and tell them, I'm sorry. I wasn't there
Now, at this
to
point,
protect you.
That figure would start to kind of walk over slowly toward the edge of the light. And I'm going to show you kind of what this figure looks like. One moment. Let me show you a portrait here. Do. And then you can kind of see the figure through the light as it gets closer to the edge. And looks kind of like this. And then has a staff, white beard, kind of a white hair tied up in a bun. Looks very, very friendly. And he kind of walks up right to the edge, and then he kind of says, I believe Morthil can hear you. I think. And then he kind of like looks up as if he's thinking. I think that was Morthil. So hard to remember.
Valancy will smile at that. You see a little bit of a tear, and she'll like breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief.
Then that's good enough for me. That means I can go on with my mission here.
And she'll turn to Lotto.
I know we didn't speak very much, and you kind of thought most of my decisions were a little stupid, but it was a pleasure knowing you.
And she will, for the first time, actually hug him.
He's going to give her a big hug and like lift her off the ground with a big hug. And he's going to say, you were a little bit of a crazy elf, but the truth is you're a good shot with a bow and a good friend. If you ever come around Greyhawk, look me up.
I will.
She smiles.
And then he'll do the same to Booker. He'll come up and give Booker a big hug, slap him on the back. And then he'll come up to Faylene. Faylene, he tries to give you a big hug and kind of slaps you on the back. And he's like, you might want to get that looked at.
Yeah, she's like, careful, arm. Goodbye.
He seems to be in a big hurry to leave. Bye. He's going to run back in there. Now, at this point, the figure in the light kind of says, I'm afraid time grows close. This portal will not stay open for, well, but maybe a few more moments. It is best that you come. He says, I will warn you. We have to take the long way around to get you home, but you will get taken home. And you have no idea who this guy is. He's just standing in the light. So at this point, Lotto would look over at you, Booker, and then he would kind of step into the light. And then this guy would just kind of give him a friendly pat on the back and kind of motion for him to go toward the middle, and he would go in there. And then the guy would look over towards you, Booker. Oh, is Booker still with us?
Oh no.
No. Did we lose Booker? His camera looks frozen.
It's like he's frozen.
It's frozen.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, that's okay. Let's go ahead to you guys as he brings him in there. And I think Booker was going to go too. So if Booker walks in there, they basically go in there. And then this figure would look out and kind of say, last call to anyone wanting off-world.
Oh, his laptop broke.
Oh, no.
And Kerrigan and Luminoid are here too, right?
Yeah, Luminoid is just following you guys around. He does not seem to have any desire to go in there.
Okay.
So is that it? Is it just Booker and Lotto?
I do believe. Unless Hector's waiting outside, so.
With that, the figure will kind of turn to the rest of you, and he kind of smiles and just gives you like a nod, and then you see this big zap of light, and then the light beam shoots upward, and when it's gone, you see that Lotto and Booker are not there.
So Booker would have asked, do you think I could return to this world to that man, I guess?
Oh. The man would reply, after some considerable thoughts, I think you could. I'm pretty sure. But he would seem a little bit unsure himself and kind of scratch his head, sort of like he's trying to remember the details. Anyway. With that being said, that's where we're going to close it out, with the exception of two very small little things we have to finish up before we are all done.
I was going to just do one last finish with Hector.
Yes,
if that's possible.
Yes, go for it.
And Lancy would be like looking.
I see that you decided to stay.
Decided? No. I chose. Simple. This world needs something to bring it back to order. My world is boring.
Lancy smiles.
I have value here.
I guess I had a boring
How
world.
about I'm going to go find some answers in the West. I believe your heart drives you east.
Kerrigan is going
How
to say
about
the
we
West
meet
is
back
very.
here?
The West
How
is
about we
very
meet back
dangerous.
here in a year at this spot?
Lancy smiles.
In the meantime, if you ever need me, you can send a message. It'll get to me. Just send a care of the Death's Moth.
And Valanthi will smile and say,
Thank you. I know we never pretty much agreed on a lot of things, but yes, I will head east, or try to bring together the tribes of this land, and we will meet here in a year. And if I ever need you, I will for sure send a message and see how much things have changed. Good luck on your journey, my friend.
Good luck to you. And then he'll urge Blinky forward and fire up the flamethrower and start burning the rest of the fort that's still standing.
Wait! Before you leave, Faylene will just take your hand and she'll flip your palm over and she'll druid craft a flower that blooms in your palm. See you in a year.
Yes. Hector will look at the flower and go, I haven't used this one before. I think I'll add it to my repertoire. And as he closes his hand, you can see the shadows engulfing the flower and absorbing it into him. Once everyone leaves and the fire has finally died down, Hector would spend however long it takes casting flowering on this whole site and turning it into this flowering memorial.
Very nice.
But I'm guessing that'll take days and months to do.
Probably would take days at least. Okay, very good. Does anyone else have anything to be done? There's 3 little things we have to do. Booker, your character, when you would ask that guy, you saw my message in Discord.
Yeah.
You know, he would basically say, yes, I think you could. I'm pretty sure. And he would kind of scratch his head. He's like, it's a little hard to remember, but I think the answer is yes. Which strikes you as a little odd. Like, why wouldn't this guy know for sure? But anyway.
Yeah, he's gonna think, maybe time works a little strange for you. In any case, I'll figure it out, I'm sure.
And then before you know it, a bright light kind of comes around you and you kind of feel the sense of falling. And then we're going to come to your final moment here in just a second, you and Lotto, what happens with you guys. But is there anything else anyone wants to finish up before we do our final little bitty things?
Valenthe will look over at Kerrigan, smile, and looks at all the other people. She doesn't know, but Luna and Faylene, they're, I guess, from everything she knows, I guess they're traveling with her as she starts moving east?
I think so.
Yeah, for now they're gonna move northeast. And Faylene will look at Luna and be like, are you ready to learn how to hunt and trap and do all the things you need to do to survive out here?
She smiles and nods her head. I already know how to do most of it.
Good. I'm gonna teach you to do some more.
She's like, okay.
And
Valenthe actually smiles at this. She'll pick up Luminode, and
Well, I guess if we ever see Saul again, maybe he's back home. I'm going to think about that he's home. But I will take care of you, Luminide. The best that I can.
And for the first time, she's kind of smiling, and she's hugging the best she can on the horse, Kerrigan, and heading back to the east. And she'll have just one prayer to the Great Bear.
It's like, well, I did my part, Tika. And Brunia, I hope you back me up as we go forward now in order to unite This land, the barren lands against the west.
And she'll move forward with that idea. And that's what she's going to do as she plans to create this unification of this land and bring a little bit of more justice and order. Hopefully not order in a way of taking away their freedoms, but better lives for them. Anyway, that's her thinking.
Final thing.
How many people are injured?
Oh, in the fort? As you start to burn it down, like
no,
people
in
start
our
running
group.
out.
In our group.
Luna's injured. Faylene is injured. Kerrigan is injured. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Booker, I don't think
So
Booker got hurt.
as you guys are leaving, you look back and you see Hector raising one arm and the shadows flickering and moving around his palm, and they strike up. And from your feet, Faylene, Luna, everyone that's hurt, and you feel Hector's presence, and he says, "This pains me, but you need some healing." And he'll cast healing word on each of them.
Oh, nice. It would come in the form of great pain relief, like getting some pain medication for those awful wounds that you have all suffered.
And he sort of telepathically says to Kerrigan, I don't know if she can understand fully, but he does know that she said something to him about the West being dangerous. And he says, I'll be fine. I have my means. And then he casts an extra healing on her to make sure she's fully healed.
Very good. Yeah, she's pretty much fully healed except for the paralyzation parts. That'll be a slightly more intense thing needed, but her tribes would be able to help her. Maybe the medicine people and her tribes. But anyway, okay, here we go. We're going to do a couple little things just real quick. Okay, first of all, as the fort is burning, people who were in the fort who didn't come out to fight are running south, screaming, running, retreating, basically. But in the midst of the fires of the fort, that dish you left for Skadir, as Vira's body, it combusts into flames. A shadowy figure would walk by and look down at the cup, and then with a swipe of his hand, the cup would appear in his hand, and then he would smell it, and he would say, "Fine, you dark bastard. It's a deal." And then he would like slip it into his robes and just walk off and disappear into the flames. And then as Faylene, as you're walking away, you remember back to when you were flying with the dragon. And for the first time, you were able to actually communicate with her because you were kind of in her mind. And I was going to say, if there was one thing you would like to say to her or ask her and get a response from her, what would it have been?
Oh, wow.
And that's her memory. And if you want to hold on to it for a minute, we can go to Booker and Lotto real quick.
Yeah, let me think for a minute.
So Booker, you and Lotto, you would see a flash of light, and then thunder and lightning, and you're wet and you're in the water. It's up over your head, and you're feeling like you have to swim, and you would maybe swim, and your head would come up above water, and you can barely stay above water. These waves are roiling, and when you look up, you see stars, but you also see what looks like this night sky bent over you, like time and space is bending over you. And when you look down into the water, you see stars beneath you, but you're in the water, and you're like sinking, but then the waves are just acting very uncharacteristically strange. And then you hear coughing, and you realize Otto is right beside you. And then suddenly you get hit by something. Behind you, something like slams into you. You realize it's a rope. Are you going to grab it?
Yes, and he's also going to grab Lotto.
So you grab Lotto, and as you get pulled by the rope, suddenly you look over and you realize there's a ship not far away with a great big lantern hanging from the front. And you see that the ship is kind of lit up, and it has these sails that are full and billowing, and it's like floating across the waves, but it seems very strange. It's like no kind of shipbooker's ever seen. Like it looks very old, but there's like a bunch of gold and silver on it, and you see that it's like oscillating with magical energy. And then the rope pulls you toward the boat and very easily up onto it, where you are basically able to land on the floor. And then a figure kind of walks up to you and says, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You were in there for so much longer than we thought." And then would throw blankets on you and Lotto. And you see this very mild-mannered, human-looking boy wearing these blue robes. He has just a short brown haircut. You see up at the helm, you see a half elf, kind of like with his arms crossed, looking down at you. He has a big, a leer on his back and a sword at his belt. Very magical looking sword. Then you see this girl, looks like a human girl, steering. She's got like long dark hair, these like dark eyes, and she kind of like peers down at you with sort of a disjointed look. But then this figure near you would say, "Don't mind them. We just do this a lot. Hey, listen. Now that you're here, I just want to find out like which way you wanting to go. Are you wanting to go home? Or are you wanting to go to the end?"
To the end.
Yeah. It's just that's where we are. We're on the river. We're on they call it like the river of time. So everyone who lands here gets a choice. They can go to the hero's afterlife at the end of time, or they can go back to your home. Where are you going?
Is there a way back from this end?
Is there a way back from here to your world?
No, from the other option, the end, the hero's afterlife. Is there back from this?
Not that you would want to try, that's for sure. It's pretty dangerous. People have done it though. But hey, and then he pulls out this tray of cookies and he would hold it out to you and Lotto, and he would say, "If you want to go home, eat one of these. If you want to go to the end, eat one of these." And he just holds out the tray. There's obviously 2 piles of cookies on the tray.
He's going to grab one of each.
Okay.
And he's gonna say, and if I were to take the one that will take me to the end, but if I ate it back home, what would happen?
He says, "Well, I'm afraid once you leave the ship, probably nothing. Although I shouldn't say that." And he kind of thinks for a minute. He's like, "Actually, it'd probably do something, but I'm not sure what. I don't think anyone's ever done that before. They usually just gobble up the one they want, and then we give them some milk, and then we take them where they want to go."
Right. Well, in that case, I'm gonna keep this one. As much as my curiosity is pulling me to accept the offer to go to the end, I have some unresolved business back home.
He kind of nods. And then he kind of looks back, and you see him whisper to someone that you don't see. He's like, "Is that allowed? Can he do that?" "Oh, okay, it's fine. It's fine. You can take it with you." He looks like kind of relieved, like he was nervous about it. And then he's like, "All right, well, you get warm." And then he's like, "Heading home." And then you see the girl at the helm nod, and she kind of turns, and you feel the ship kind of move. And it's weird. The river seems to go everywhere, but it's only going in one direction. It's a very strange phenomenon. And then you feel yourself glide through the sea, and then, or not through the sea, but through this river. And then that is where we leave Booker and Lotto for the end of this adventure, on a ship, apparently on their way home. But Booker with a magic cookie that he does not know what will do when he gets home. And then we come to Bailey, Faylene, the one thing she was going to ask the dragon. Or talk to, or tell the dragon, or whatever. One communication she could have had.
When the world went dark and all the wonder was stripped from it, and we needed you the most, why did all the dragons go?
So the wormling would, speak to you in the mind, say, I have no idea what you're talking about. I was born like a year ago. But I did hear a story once that in the world before this one, the gods decided that some things were too dangerous for mortals and that it wasn't fair. So they removed the gods, the old ones. And the ones that are here are not nearly as powerful. Maybe that's what they did in your world. Maybe the dragons were too powerful, so they got removed to make it fair for mortals. And then almost in your mind's eye, you'd see her look at you and she'd be like, they might have been right. We're pretty powerful. And that is where we're going to end it. Oh, you go ahead. Did you have one more thing?
Faylene would just look down at the beauty of the landscape, and it's lovely and wonderful, and she would just sort of laugh and say, yes, I can see that. And it's true in every metaphorical and literal sense of the word, as they soar above the barren lands together for a moment.
Yeah. And that is where we will leave it. And as Faylene is traveling northeast, she would look back on that memory as she's walking with Faylene and realize that wormling is somewhere out there. One wormling who refused to bend the knee to the crimson flame from the south. So maybe a little bit of hope for that power being on your side, maybe. And that is where we will leave it. Thank you, everyone, for playing. I have a feeling this will not be the last game from most of us that you'll see if you stick around. Players, it has been a pleasure. Very, very fine final session. And we will see you all on the next one.